Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Transall Saga by Gary Paulsen, narrated by Johnny Heller.
Part 1. Chapter 1. The desert was unusually quiet. A gentle breeze tumbled over the sparse vegetation along the wide canyon floor, and then continued on its way to the north. 13-year-old Mark Harrison sat on a white slab of shale, studying a small army of ants that was carrying off the crumbs that had dropped from a granola bar he'd just eaten. A roadrunner, unaware of his presence, trotted to the base of the rock and stopped near a crimson cactus flower. Mark shifted position, and it scurried away in the opposite direction. He yawned, even though it wasn't late. The sun hadn't completely faded behind the blue-gray mountains to the west. Still, he had put in a long day. He'd walked farther that day than on any of the previous 3 days, and he was ready to turn in. His parents had given him just 1 short week to backpack across the old Magruder missile range, and if he didn't meet them at the appointed spot on the other side by Saturday afternoon, his mom had threatened to call out the National Guard. Hiking and backpacking were Mark's one obsession. He saved every dime of his paper route money to buy equipment, and now he had some of the best. In his spare time, he studied survival books and magazines to stay up on the latest techniques. But so far, he had been allowed to hike only short, easy trails, and had actually camped out only twice in his life. This time, he'd hit the jackpot, though. Mark stretched, ran his hand through his short brown hair, and grabbed his bedroll and pack. He decided to make camp in the canyon. The quiet here was a little unnerving for a city boy, but there was a trickle of water, and a dead tree that protruded from the south wall would provide plenty of firewood. When the small blaze was crackling and his bed was made, Mark stretched out on the soft down sleeping bag and stared up at the stars. This was the life he wanted for himself. Someday he'd fix it so that he was always camping under the wide open skies. He yawned again and was just about to settle in for the night when a flaming ball of fire shot over the edge of the canyon wall. The fiery thing was the size of a grapefruit and glowed bright orange around its blue edges. It danced and sputtered when it touched the ground. Then it fizzled away to nothing. Mark snapped on his flashlight and found his camera. He scrambled to the top of the dirt wall and peeked over. To his right, behind a huge rectangular boulder, was a bright, iridescent beam of bluish-white light that seemed to be projected at the ground from somewhere in the sky. For a full minute, he stood transfixed, watching the strange tube of light. It had 2 sections, each supercharged with electricity. The sides pushed mightily against each other, but both were equal in power, so nothing moved except for an occasional shooting spark caused by the tremendous friction. He shook his head. This was worth looking into. Maybe it was some sort of experiment the Air Force had once conducted out here and then forgotten about. Or maybe... He swallowed. Maybe it was something not from this planet at all. Mark inched closer, snapping pictures as he went. When he reached the boulder, he used his flashlight to search for a way up and began climbing. The top of the big rock was flat. He pulled himself up and sat, staring again. The inside of the tube contained myriad surging colors. Reds, blues, and yellows. It was like watching a spectacular laser light show being performed just for him. Slowly, he put out his hand to see if the light generated heat. Too late, he heard the rattle and felt the snake strike. He jerked his hand back and leaped to his feet. The sudden movement threw him off balance and he fell, off the boulder, and into the light. Chapter 2. The air was thick and humid and smelled of a coming rain. Mark opened his eyes. It was daytime, but the sun seemed to be hidden by clouds, and everything was in shadow. His head was pounding and felt as if it weighed a ton. He tried to remember. The light. There was the tube of blue light, and then the snake. He glanced at his hand, which was resting comfortably on his chest. It wasn't swollen at all. Even more curious, it didn't hurt. Mark brought it closer. There were no marks anywhere from the rattler's bite. He flexed his fingers. They worked fine. It was as if nothing had happened. He dropped his arm and let it rest in the tall red grass beside him. Grass? Red? Mark rubbed his temples. I must be delirious, he thought. He turned his head. Trees. There were trees here, so many that they blocked his view of the sky. Their leaves were a dull burnt red, like the tall grass and the tangled brush that surrounded them. Something's wrong. Mark pulled himself to a sitting position. He'd read about this, about snakebite and what happened. It must be the snake venom. It's gone to my head, and now I'm having hallucinations. He took a deep breath and stood up. The sandy desert landscape was gone. It had changed to dense jungle. The canyon he had camped in the night before was nowhere in sight. The boulder and the blue light were gone too. Nothing looked the same. A snorting sound came from beyond the trees. A large, hairy animal resembling a buffalo charged into the small opening. It had long tusks, beady eyes, and a pig-like snout. The thing waved its shaggy head back and forth, sniffed the air, and bellowed. This can't be happening. Mark edged toward the nearest tree. The instant he moved, the beast spotted him. It pawed the ground with its large hooves and lowered its massive head to attack. There was no time to think. Mark jumped for the closest branch and swung up into the tree just as the sharp tusks rushed underneath him. The animal stopped and sniffed the air again. Unable to locate its victim, the creature snorted and ambled off into the red forest. Mark stayed on the branch. He was shaking and his mind was in a whirl. All right. Would a hallucination attack me? This must be a real place, he whispered. But where is it? And how did I get here? He thought back to the night before and the energy-charged light. It has to be. Whatever that blue light was, it's the key. When I fell into the tube, it transported me to where? I don't even know if I'm on Earth anymore. An empty feeling in his stomach let him know that it was past breakfast. He shrugged it off and continued to reason with himself. Okay, I'm in another world. Possibly on another planet. One with red rubbery leaves and weird-looking animals. But I'm still me. My clothes are the same. I still get hungry. So what do I do now? He glanced around to make sure the buffalo creature was gone and slid down from the tree. The thing to do. For a full half-minute, nothing came. No idea. Then he shrugged. The thing to do is look around. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Walking was difficult. The brush was thick and snarled in knots and tore at his jeans legs. Seeing more than a few feet ahead was impossible except in an occasional clearing. It was raining now. It sounded like a heavy rain, but the drops were barely able to penetrate the canopy. Only a few landed on the ground around him. He stuck out his tongue and caught a drop on the tip. It didn't taste like the rain back home. This stuff was bitter. It also smelled like the medicine his mother made him take when he had the flu. Shaking his head, he pulled his compass from his jeans pocket. The needle spun wildly, then settled on a direction to his right. He shoved the compass back into his pocket. For the sake of argument, it made him feel better to talk aloud. Let's say there is a north here. Then if I keep going this way... He took 2 steps and found himself in gooey red mud up to his knees. He tried to climb out, but every time he moved, it sucked him down. Quicksand. No, don't panic. You know about this. Remember, you read about it in Hiker magazine. The red ooze quickly reached his thighs and continued to pull him down. Okay, flat. That's it. Don't fight. Remember, get flat and swim your way out, pushing the muck away from your face. He took a breath and fell over on his stomach. The mud instantly grabbed at his clothing, glued itself to his face, and dragged him under. His whole body was now covered with the slime. Using every ounce of strength, Mark struggled against the mud, but the precious few inches he managed to gain were quickly lost as he was sucked down again. He couldn't breathe. Wildly, he threw out his arms, trying to reach above him with his fingers. His left hand caught something solid near the edge of the pit. A root. He pulled, and when his head cleared the top, he gulped in air. Using his other hand, he grabbed some underbrush and kept tugging, until finally his upper body was resting on solid ground. He wiped at the slime blocking his nostrils, took a deep, raspy breath, and dragged his legs out. He was too tired to get up. Rolling onto his side, he curled up in the thicket and closed his eyes. Above him, the red leaves in the trees rustled. Something soft and warm plopped on his forehead. He opened his eyes. There were birds up there. Reaching for a fistful of grass, he wiped the bird poop off his muddy face without taking his eyes off the trees. It was hard to spot the birds because they were the same color as the leaves, but the longer he stared, the clearer they became. They had wide feathers, the same shape as the leaves, in long brownish beaks that blended with the branches. At least something lives in this stupid place besides that buffalo thing. Mark inched to his feet. The slimy red mud dropped off him in clods, leaving a thick, drippy goo clinging to his skin and clothes. He was exhausted, and his mouth was dry from sucking air. Water. If I'm going to survive this dream, or whatever it is, I need to find water. Careful to skirt the quicksand, Mark made his way through a wall of brush to a large red meadow of tall, wavy grass, where he could actually see patches of sky. But instead of the bright blue color that had been there yesterday, the sky was a hazy yellow. A rabbit-like creature with long, curly hair hopped across the clearing on its hind legs like a kangaroo. When it saw him, the fuzzy thing bounced away. Mark watched the animal disappear. I feel like Alice in Wonderland. All I need now is to find the Mad Hatter. The sudden rain had left shallow puddles in a few places across the meadow. Mark dropped to his knees and scooped the bitter liquid into his mouth. It was the only water available, so it would have to do. Maybe, he thought, not at all sure of the answer, maybe it won't kill me. He drank until his sides hurt and his stomach threatened to send it all rushing back up. Then he fell into the tall grass to rest. Maybe he'd just stay here a while, take a nap. Or... His back was on fire. He leaped to his feet and began swatting wildly at his skin. Now his arms and legs were burning too. Tubular, scorpion-like insects with antennas and long pincers swarmed over him, biting small chunks out of his skin. It felt as if they were eating him alive. Mark ripped off his shirt, shook it, and used it to try to scrape them off. The bugs didn't want to let go. They hung onto his flesh with both pincers. He smashed those he could reach with his hand. Some had to be pulled off, along with tiny pieces of his flesh. Between the cracks in the red mud on his skin, huge pink welts grew, covering his back, neck, chest, and arms. To make doubly sure he had all the bugs off, Mark ran to a tree and scraped his back against it. Then he removed his boots, jeans, and shirt, and the rest of his clothes. Laying his pocket knife, matches, and compass aside, he picked up his jeans and shook them vigorously. When he was positive his pants were bug-free, he gingerly put his foot into one leg. Behind him, he heard a familiar deep roar. He stiffened. Without looking, he dropped the jeans and raced behind the tree. The buffalo creature rammed the trunk in front of Mark. Birds spewed out from the branches, making loud screaming noises. The commotion didn't stop the creature. It backed up a few steps, then charged again, continuing to ram the tree until one of its long tusks became lodged in a crack. Mark used the opportunity to escape into the dense brush at the other side of the clearing. By the time the beast had dislodged itself, Mark was sitting safely in the lower branches of another tree. The creature sniffed the air. It had lost its prey again. The thing angrily stomped around the tree until it discovered Mark's shirt and ripped it to shreds. Then it started on one of his hiking boots. "No!" Mark yelled. "I need those!" The beast stopped. It blew out snot and trotted to the center of the meadow with the boot still in its teeth. The stupid thing can't see more than about 10 feet, Mark thought. He carefully climbed down the tree and slowly moved behind another one. Keeping trees between himself and the beast, he managed to circle the meadow. Finally, the animal gave up hunting for him and crashed back into the forest. Mark ran to his clothes. His shirt was a rag. One boot was missing, and his jeans had been ground 2 inches into the wet soil. Chapter 3. Mark slumped against the tree. He was still in his underwear and socks, clutching his meager possessions. They included a pair of torn, filthy jeans, a belt, 1 boot, a broken compass, a watch, a smashed box of splintered matches, a knife, and the tattered cloth that had been his shirt. The bug bites were beginning to itch. He was hungry and miserable. Closing his eyes as tight as he could, he willed this awful place and all the strange things in it to go away. He opened his eyes. Nothing had changed. Wherever he was, this was reality. He was alone in this bizarre land, and if he wanted to stay alive, he would have to find ways to feed and take care of himself. Snatching some of the red grass, he held it up to his nose. It smelled like grass even though it was the wrong color. Hesitantly, he put a little in his mouth. It tasted like grass, too. He spat it out. Mark scraped the mud off his watch. It had stopped working. His stomach told him that if time in this place was anywhere near the same as on Earth, it was just after noon, and he'd already missed 2 meals. At home, his parents were probably eating lunch about now. Thinking about his parents made him feel more alone. They wouldn't know he was missing for another 2.5 days. And then what? Even if his mom called out half the Army reserves, they'd never find him. Not here. Not in this primitive world that was accessible only through the strange energy tube. "Well, hotshot," Mark said, sighing, "you wanted to live by yourself." Resting his chin on his knees, he listened to the jungle noises around him. The trees creaked and the large flat leaves swayed in the breeze. There was an occasional shrieking sound he recognized as bird calls. He sighed again, then stood up and warily pulled on his filthy, damp jeans. Not wanting to ruin his socks, he took them off and stuffed them in his remaining boot, along with what was left of his shirt. Then he put his knife, matches, and compass in his pocket and started walking. His plan was to keep going until something better than what he'd already seen presented itself. It didn't. The jungle grew darker, more tangled, and more overgrown. Vines hung snake-like from the trees all around him. Grotesque lizards with abnormally large heads darted in and out of the foliage. And there was a new sound. In the tops of the now almost black trees, he could hear animals chattering. They made a clicking noise like stone hitting stone. Squinting, he scanned the branches overhead. Twice he thought he saw something move, but couldn't quite make out what it was. Mark wondered if he should go back to the meadow. He considered his position. At least there was water there. Here there was nothing. A piercing howl cut through the darkness. The clicking stopped. A shiver ran up Mark's back. He swallowed and waited. What now? Finally the chattering started again, and he moved on. Normally he was good at walking. It was something he prided himself on. He could walk for hours without resting. But this was different. His bare feet were being cut to ribbons by the coarse underbrush. And more important, he was hungry. He decided to turn back. The meadow area was safer because he could see what was around him. Maybe he'd miss something there that he could eat. It was worth a try. Just as he turned, the chattering sound came closer and grew to a deafening roar. Something hit the ground behind him. He spun around and received a crashing blow to the side of the head. A rock the size of his fist knocked him to his knees. Then came more rocks, pelting his body from every direction. He covered his head and rolled into a ball. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the chattering stopped. So did the rocks. Mark dropped one of his aching arms. He was bruised and sore, but nothing felt broken. Above him he saw a flurry of motion. Swinging effortlessly from the branches were small white furry animals. He would have called them monkeys, but they looked more like miniature teddy bears with long arms and tails. One of them had stayed behind. With its sharp claws, it was clinging to a tree about halfway down the trunk, watching him. "Get out of here!" Mark yelled, reaching for one of the rocks. The monkey creature clicked its tongue loudly, rebuking him. It moved up the tree, but only a few feet. Mark drew his arm back to throw. He stopped. The object in his hand was heavy like a rock, and it felt smooth and round, but it had some sort of outer layer. He shook it. The inside sloshed around. He tried to peel it, but the skin was too tough. There's got to be a way. Mark gathered an armful of the tree rocks and headed out of the darkness. When he reached the edge of the meadow, he dropped his find in a pile and examined one of them. They were the color of the bark of the trees and resembled small coconuts. Mark shook one again. There's something in there. He reached for his pocket knife. "Oh, please let it be good for food," he whispered. There was a soft clicking a few feet behind him. Mark looked over his shoulder. The monkey bear had followed him. "Shoo! Go away!" Mark tossed one of the tree rocks at it. Like lightning, the little creature's long arm shot up and caught it. "Hey, that's pretty good." Mark turned back to what he'd been doing. He tried peeling the rock, but only bits of the heavy skin would come off. Something hit him in the shoulder. It was the tree rock. The monkey bear had tossed it back. "Cut that out. Can't you see I'm starving here?" He jabbed the knife into the top of the rock. Only the tip went in, and he was afraid to push harder because he might damage the knife. "I know there's got to be a way," he muttered. He took the rock to a nearby tree and pounded it against the trunk. Nothing. Disgusted, he threw it on the ground. The monkey bear waddled over, picked up the rock, inserted one of its razor-sharp claws in the middle, and easily broke it open. A thick brown liquid spilled out. The little animal greedily slurped it up from both halves, and then scooped out the dark meaty parts with its claws and shoved them in its mouth. Mark raced to his pile of rocks. He felt for a soft spot in the center of one and jabbed his knife in. Gradually, he worked the two sides apart. He lifted one of the halves to his lips and guzzled down the brown juice. It had a pleasant taste, like milk, only sweeter. He drank the other half, and then used his knife to dig out the meat. This part wasn't so great. It reminded him of bean sprouts, and he thought about spitting it out. Instead, he forced himself to swallow. It might be his only food source for a while. He went through 11 of the rocks before he was satisfied. The meal made him feel better. Now maybe he could concentrate on something besides his stomach. The light in the meadow was growing dim. Apparently this place had a night. He would have to choose a place to camp for the dark period. The thought of waking up to a buffalo creature, or whatever that howling thing was, worried him. He definitely didn't want to sleep here in the open. The dark part of the jungle didn't appeal to him much either. In the end, he compromised and decided to look for a spot just beyond the edge of the meadow. He found a nice grassy place just inside the shadows and well hidden by the brush. He watched the monkey bear waddle to a tree and shimmy up to a wide, flat branch the size of a small table. The animal stopped and looked at him expectantly. Mark rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know. I really hadn't thought about spending the night in a tree. The monkey bear clicked its tongue and jumped up and down. Oh, all right, I'll give it a try. I guess it would be a little harder for the bad ones to get to me up there. That is, if I don't fall out and break my neck. Getting to the lower branches was easy. He'd done that when the buffalo creature was after him. The middle part was a lot harder because the branches were farther apart. Mark tried a couple of times and gave up. The monkey bear scurried up to the top limbs and waited. Mark shook his head. No, thanks. This is high enough for me. You go on ahead. He wedged his boot, which still held his few possessions, in between the trunk and the branch, and then stretched out on his stomach on the wide limb. If I'm lucky, I'll wake up in the morning and this whole thing will all have been a dream. A bad dream, he thought, as he dozed off. Chapter 4. The warm night was long. Mark dozed fitfully and woke every few hours to the strange noises of the jungle. Twice he fell off his perch. Finally he discovered that if he locked his legs around the limb, he was less likely to take a spill. The blue light haunted his dreams. Half awake, he recalled a similar energy force he'd read about once in science class. It was a theory some scientists had about what would happen if matter and antimatter ever actually met. Bits of information came back to him, something about the massive amount of power that would be produced and the way it could affect life. He didn't care about any of that, only that it had affected his life, and he wanted out of this place. Then, just as the meadow began to fill with the hazy yellow light of a new day, he jerked awake. The tube of light. Of course. He had to find it again. It was his way back to Earth and home. He grabbed his boot and dropped to the ground. Immediately, fierce hunger pains shot through him. Eat. He had to eat. And the only place he knew where there was any food was in the dark jungle. The blue light would have to wait. Mark tied his boot to his belt loop with the lace and started walking. The monkey bear crawled down a vine and landed softly beside him. "Where do you little guys keep your tree rocks, Willie?" The name just came. He seemed like a Willie. "You know what I'm talking about. Like the ones your buddies tried to kill me with yesterday. There wouldn't happen to be a great big stash just lying around somewhere easy." Willie cocked his head and clicked his tongue. Mark frowned. "I don't think we're doing too well in the communication department." He led the way into the shadowy jungle. On this trip he paid more attention to the things he saw. The lizards were still there, and there were large flowering plants mixed in with the underbrush. He noticed that the trees in the dark jungle were different from the shorter ones closer to the meadow. Some were so tall he couldn't see the tops. This kind had smooth trunks with no low branches, and they usually had dozens of vines hanging from them. A few yards inside the dark jungle, he heard the clicking noise start. It didn't worry him this time. He was even prepared for the monkey bears to bombard him with tree rocks. It would save him from going after them. They didn't. Mark figured it had something to do with Willie, who clicked nonstop and stayed right with him. It was getting almost too dark to see. Mark searched the tops of the trees above him. They've got to be up there somewhere. I guess I'll have to climb. He yanked on one of the vines to see if it would hold his weight. It seemed sturdy enough. He jumped and tried to haul himself up, but his arms were too weak and he slid back down. I should have paid more attention to rope climbing in gym class. He moved to another vine. This one was hanging closer to the trunk. He braced his bare feet against the smooth bark, and using the vine for leverage, he slowly walked up the tree at an angle. Halfway up, he glanced down and nearly lost his balance. He guessed it was more than a 30-foot drop to the ground. A dizzy feeling washed over him, and his palms began to sweat. He closed his eyes until the feeling passed. Then he climbed again. At the first limb he came to, he stopped. He sat for a long time, just clinging to the vine and trying not to look down. Willie had climbed past him and was clicking at him from the top branches. Mark looked up and saw him swinging back and forth from one limb to another. Above Willie, Mark spotted a cluster of tree rocks dangling from the end of a long branch and half hidden under the wide leaves. He tied the vine around his waist and worked his way up to the next limb. Once he made it to the end of the long, narrow branch, the tree rocks were easy to pick. He pulled off every one he could reach and let them fall to the ground. With no warning, there was a crack, and Mark felt himself falling. He grabbed at air, swung backward, and jolted to a stop midway to the ground. The vine he tied around his waist held. He fastened his arms around the closest limb and clung to it. Willie crawled down to see what was going on. "I think," Mark said, taking a deep breath, "that's probably enough shopping for one morning." Chapter 5. It could be anywhere. Mark threw up his hands. He had managed to find the clearing where he'd first awakened in the tall red grass, but the blue light didn't show itself. His stomach made a loud rumbling sound. He was hungry all the time now. The tree rocks were good, but they were mostly liquid, and only took the edge off his appetite. He wanted something solid. Pizza. Pizza would be good. Thick crust, smothered in 3 different kinds of melted cheese. He would kill for a pizza. Stupid. Hearing the word aloud caught him off guard. He said it again, slower. Stupid. Daydreaming isn't going to get you anywhere. Think. Think about all the tons of stuff you read in those How to Stay Alive books. Use it. Mark concentrated. The problem was all those books were for Earth. He was sure he had come to another planet. Earth-like, perhaps, but so strange. Still, some things would work. The handbooks all said to check out the surroundings. Food was usually not too far away. Bugs were always handy. He made a face. The firebugs deserved to be food, but how would you eat them without ripping your tongue out? Okay, what else? The screaming birds. No, too difficult. Maybe later, after he had more time to think and plan and get some kind of weapon. The fathead lizards. They were slow and would be easy to catch. But then what? He'd have to figure out a way to cook them. And what if they were poisonous? What if anything was poisonous? No, he'd stick with convenience foods for now. Stuff he knew hadn't killed other animals. Life here seemed similar to Earth life. Food might work the same. Whatever other animals could eat, he could eat. Maybe. What else had he read? There was the usual stuff on keeping warm. He rubbed his bare arms. Unless the weather changed, he wouldn't have to worry about that. Shelter. He really didn't need a house, but he didn't want to sleep on that stupid limb forever either. He opened a tree rock as he walked back toward the big meadow. His spirits were higher, and the ideas kept coming. Until he located the light, he would live next to the dark jungle, because that was where the tree rocks were, and the buffalo creatures didn't seem to go there. And of course there was Willie. It was nice to have company. In the meantime, he would make circles, wider and wider every day, hoping to find the mysterious blue light. Chapter 6. The firebugs had been easy to collect. The only trick was making sure none of them got on his skin while he was concentrating on catching the others. Mark had eased up to the outer edge of a colony and picked off the stragglers. With his knife he sliced their pincered heads off, stabbed them through the middle, and deposited them safely in a sock. For lunch he had 4 tree rocks and more than a dozen of the long, crunchy insects. The first one was the hardest to swallow. His mind and his stomach fought over the idea until the hunger pains won out. He closed his eyes and pretended he was munching on the trail mix he'd packed for his hike. Breaks over. Mark tied a knot in the top of his bug sock and dropped it on his dwindling pile of tree rocks. Back to work, Willie. The monkey bear slapped the ground with his thick black palms and followed Mark to a tree just inside the dark part of the jungle. Mark had chosen this particular tree because it had 2 strong limbs that forked into a perfect V. For the better part of the morning, he had been hauling dead branches to his tree and arranging them across the 2 limbs to form a floor. When the branches were fitted together as closely as possible, he went to the edge of the meadow and broke off long sticks in the tangled underbrush. Using a pattern he'd seen in an Army survival manual, he wove the supple twigs into a loose mat and placed it on the floor. Almost finished. All we need now is some of those big rubbery leaves, and presto, the master bedroom is complete. No more hitting the ground in the middle of the night. Come on, Willie. We'll get the leaves and some extra tree rocks for tomorrow, and then we'll have just enough time to make a small circle around the outskirts of the meadow. Mark discovered that his eyes adjusted more quickly to the shadowy jungle this time. He even spotted a group of monkey bears before they saw him. They were startled and scrambled to the tops of the trees. I wish I could get up there that fast, Mark muttered. He chose a sturdy vine and began the long process of walking up the side of the tree.
Smile. They seemed to follow him, no matter which way he turned, watching him, not letting him sleep soundly. He woke for good just after it had begun to get light out. He was in Althea's bed. In a rush to untangle himself from the covers and escape her bed, he rolled over onto his hands and knees. His weight abruptly pushed his hand through the stuffed bedding. In wild alarm, Oba threw back the bedding and overturned the pallet to see what vile trick she had planted for him. She had known he was coming to see her. She was up to something. Under where her pallet had been resting, he saw that a floorboard was loose. That was all it was, a floorboard that had pivoted. Oba frowned in suspicion. A close inspection revealed that the plank had pins in the middle so it would seesaw. With one careful finger, he pushed the sunken end farther down. The other end of the board rose up. A compartment under the board contained a wooden box. He lifted out the box and tried to open it, but it was locked somehow. There was no hole for a key, and no readily apparent lid, so there was probably some trick to opening it. It was heavy. When he shook it, it made only a muffled sound from inside. It might have simply been a weighted weapon the crippled woman kept under her bed in case she was attacked in the night by a snake or something. With the box in his meaty hand, Oba shuffled to the workbench. He sat on the stool and leaned close. As he selected a chisel and mallet, he noticed that the sorceress was still on the floor in the other room, watching. "What's in the box?" he called to her. Of course she didn't answer. She had no intention of being cooperative. If she had been cooperative, she would have answered all his questions instead of dropping dead after performing her stone-to-ash trick. It gave him shivers just remembering it. Something about the entire encounter had been more than he wanted to contemplate. Oba used the chisel to pry on the box. He tested every joint, but it wouldn't open. He hammered on it with the mallet, but he only succeeded in breaking the mallet's handle. He sighed, deciding that it was probably just a weighted weapon Althea kept for defense. He rose from the bench to go gather his supplies and check that he had everything. He'd had enough of the odd goings-on and the puzzling things she'd left. He needed to be on his way. Oba paused then and turned back at some inner urging. If the heavy box was a weapon, she would have kept it easily at hand. Something about this box was important, or it wouldn't be hidden under a floorboard. Something inside told him so. Resolving to get into the box, he again sat at the bench and selected a narrower chisel and another mallet. He worked the sharp blade between a lengthwise joint near the edge. Sweat dripping off the end of his nose, he grunted with the effort of whacking at the end of the chisel handle, trying to open the joint to see if it was just lead weight inside. All of a sudden, wood split with a loud snap and the box broke open. Gold and silver coins spilled out like guts from a carp. Oba stood staring at the glut of gold heaped on the bench. The box hadn't rattled only because it had been packed full. There was a fortune, a real fortune. Well, wasn't that just something? There had to be 20 times as much gold as the little weasel Clovis had stolen from him. Oba had thought that poverty had been inflicted upon him by the cowardly little thief, and it turned out he was richer than ever, richer even than his wildest dreams. He truly was invincible. He had suffered through adversity and misfortune that would have defeated a lesser man, and fate had justly rewarded him for all his struggles. He knew that this could be nothing other than divine direction. Oba smiled across the room at the woman who lay there watching his triumph. In the drawers of the bench, he found tools kept in pouches. There were 3 nice leather pouches containing finely crafted beading planes. The leather pouches were probably used to keep the sharp edges on the blades from being dinged and dulled. A cloth pouch held a set of dividers. Another pouch held rosin, while still others held various odd tools. The husband was exceptionally orderly. Life with his swamp wife had probably driven him mad. Oba wiped sweat from his eyes and then scooped all the coins together in the center of the bench. He divided them up into equal piles, carefully counting each pile out so he would know exactly how much money he had earned. Finished counting, he filled the leather and cloth pouches, putting one in each pocket. For safety's sake, he tied each pouch with 2 thongs going in different directions to different belt loops. He tied a smaller purse around each leg, letting them rest inside the tops of his boots. He opened his trousers and secured several of the heaviest purses inside, where no one could get to them. He reminded himself that he would have to be cautious of passionate ladies with friendly hands, lest they come up with more than he wished to give them. Oba had learned his lesson. From now on, he wouldn't keep his fortune altogether. A man as wealthy as he had to protect his holdings. The world was full of thieves. Chapter 39. Oba trudged at last into the outer fringes of the open-air market. After the isolation of the barren plains, the raucous swirl of activity was disorienting. Ordinarily, he would be intrigued by all the goings-on, but this time he paid little heed. He had learned before that rooms could be rented up in the palace. That was what he wanted, to get up into the people's palace and get himself a proper room, one that was quiet. After some good food and rest to recover his strength, he would buy some new clothes, and then have a look around. But now, he only wanted the quiet room and the rest. For some reason, The thought of food sickened him. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to him that a Rawl should lower himself to renting a room in his own ancestral home, but he would have to deal with that matter later. Now, he just wanted to lie down. His head was pounding. His eyes hurt every time he turned them to look at something, so, as he plodded along with his head hanging, he tried to limit his focus to the patch of dusty ground immediately before his feet. He had made the long journey from the miserable swamp to the palace by sheer force of will. Despite the cold, he was sweating. He probably had been too wary of the cold weather he would encounter crossing the Azareth Plains, and, with all the shirts he was wearing, had overdressed for it. After all, with spring getting closer, it wasn't as cold as it had been in the depths of winter, when his lunatic mother had saddled him with the humiliating task of chipping away at the mounds of frozen muck. Oba dug at a wad of clothing bunching uncomfortably under his armpit. The shirts had been too small for him, so he had had to rip out seams here and there to get them on. Some of the sleeves had come apart on his long trek across the windswept plain, and had ridden up his arm under the outer layers that now hung like tattered flags. His canvas pack, made in such haste, was coming apart too, so that the corners of the dark wool blanket hung down, flapping behind him as he walked. With all the different colors of cloth showing through the various torn layers and the brown woolen blanket he wore as a cloak, he mused that he must look like a beggar. He was probably wealthy enough to buy the entire market a dozen times over. He would buy some fine clothes later. First, he needed a quiet room and a good long rest. No food, though. He definitely didn't feel like eating anything. He ached all over. Even blinking was painful. But it was his gut that was in particular agony. When he had been here before, the savory aromas of cooking had made his mouth water. Now the tendrils of smoke from cooking fires nauseated him. He wondered if it was because he had more refined tastes now. He thought that maybe if he went up into the palace, he could get himself something mild to eat. The thought failed to rally his appetite. He wasn't hungry, just tired. Eyes drooping, Oba slogged onward through the makeshift streets of the open-air market. He aimed himself at the plateau towering over them. The pack on his back felt as if it weighed as much as 3 good-sized men. Probably some trick of the swamp witch, some spell she had cast. Knowing he was on his way to her place, she had probably put some magic lead weights in her sausages. The thought of sausages made his stomach roil. Peering up at the palace shining in the sunlight far overhead as he walked, he accidentally blundered into someone, driving a grunt from their lungs. Oba was just about to kick the annoying obstacle out of his path, when the hunched bundle of rags wheeled to growl a curse. It was Clovis. Before Oba could snatch him, Clovis scrambled out from underfoot and dove between 2 older men passing by. Oba, right behind him, but being wider, knocked the men aside. As the 2 men fell, Oba staggered through, fighting to keep his balance, and went for the little thief. Clovis skidded to a stop. He looked left, then right. Seeing his chance, Oba lunged for the thief, draped with tattered clothes, but the slight man was able to cut down another street just in time to slip out of Oba's reaching arms. Oba fell short, capturing only a face full of dirt and a small flag of cloth from the man's sleeve. As Oba clambered to his feet, he saw Clovis leap over a fire to the side where people were cooking strips of meat, skewered on sticks, and run back between picketed horses. For such a stooped fellow, he could run like smoke in a gale. But Oba was big and strong and quick. Oba had always prided himself on being light on his feet. He cleared the cook fire with room to spare and ran back between the horses, trying not to lose sight of his prey. The horses spooked at having men racing recklessly between them. Several panicked animals reared, pulling up lines, and bolted. The man watching them, yelling curses and oaths Oba didn't really hear or care about, jumped out in front of him. His attention fixed on the man he was chasing, Oba clouted the irate fellow out of the way. More horses reared. Without pausing, Oba careened after the thief. Oba didn't really need his money back. He had a fortune now. He had more money than he could probably ever spend, even if he was only halfway careful. But this was not about money. This was about a crime, a betrayal. Oba had paid the man, trusted him, and he had been cheated for it. Worse, he had been played for a fool. His mother always told him that he was a fool. Oba the oaf, she always called him. Oba wasn't going to allow anyone to make a fool of him any more. He wasn't going to allow his smug mother to be proven right. That Oba had triumphed and come out of the swamp richer than ever was no thanks to Clovis. No, it was thanks only to Oba himself. Just when he thought he was a pauper again, he managed to find the secret to a fortune that was, after all, due him for any number of reasons, the least of which was his long and difficult journey to see Althea, only to have her, too, cheat him out of answers for no more reason than out-and-out meanness. Clovis had plotted it all out and left him for dead. His intention had been to kill him. The fact that Oba had survived was no thanks to Clovis. The man was a murderer when you thought about it, a killer. The people of Dahara would owe Oba Ral a debt of gratitude after he dealt out swift and just retribution to the wicked little outlaw. Clovis darted around a corner stand displaying hundreds of items made from sheep's horns. Oba, being heavier, shot past the corner, and as he tried to turn, he slipped on horse manure. Through mighty effort and sheer skill, he managed to keep his balance and remain upright. Oba had spent years in such slop, carrying heavy loads, tending animals, and running when his mother yelled for him. He had had to do it in all kinds of conditions, too, including icy weather. In a way, all those years of effort had been practice that had prepared Oba for making the corner when no other man his size and weight would have stood a chance. He made it, and in a smooth and swift fashion that was shocking to the thief. As Clovis glanced back with a mocking grin, apparently expecting that Oba was down for sure, he looked stunned to see instead Oba's full weight bearing down on him at full speed. Clovis, obviously spurred on by the terror of knowing justice itself was descending on him, darted down another of the makeshift streets, a smaller and less peopled byway. But this time Oba was right there behind him. He snatched the flapping rags at a shoulder, spinning Clovis around. The man stumbled. His arms windmilled awkwardly, as he tried to keep his footing and escape at the same time. Clovis's eyes went wide, first from surprise, and then from the pressure of the hand that had clamped around his throat. Whatever sort of squeal or plea was trying to make its way out didn't get past Oba's vice-like fingers. Fatigue forgotten, Oba dragged the murderous little thief kicking and twisting back between two wagons. The wagons' canvas tops shaded the narrow space between them. To the rear of the tight space was a tall wall of crates. Oba's back blocked the constricted opening between the wagon beds, closing off the cramped spot from view as effectively as a prison door. Oba could hear people behind him going about their business, laughing and talking as they hurried by in the brisk air. Others in the distance argued and bargained with merchants over the price of goods. Horses clopped past, their tack jangling. Peddlers plied the streets, calling out the benefits of their wares in a high-pitched sing-song, trying to entice buyers. Only Clovis was silent, but not by choice. The hawker's lying little mouth opened wide, trying to say something. But as Oba lifted him clear of the ground and the man's eyes rolled from side to side, it was clearly a scream for help trying unsuccessfully to escape. With his feet kicking only air, Clovis pried at the powerful fingers around his neck. His dirty fingernails broke backward as he clawed in desperation at the iron fist of justice. His eyes grew as big around as the gold marks he had stolen from Oba. Holding him aloft with one hand, pressing him against one of the heavy wooden crates in the back, Oba searched the man's pockets but found nothing. Clovis desperately pointed at his chest. Oba felt a lump under the tattered layers of rags and shirt. Ripping the shirt open, he saw his familiar fat purse hanging by a leather thong around the thief's neck. A mighty pull burned the thong down into the man's flesh until the leather snapped. Oba slipped his pouch safely back into a pocket. Clovis tried to smile, to make an apologetic face, as if to say that everything was square now. Oba was long past forgiveness. His head pounded with rage unleashed. Holding Clovis's shoulders up against the heavy wooden crates, Oba rammed his fist up into the little man's gut. Clovis was turning purple. Oba threw a heavy punch into the dirty little face. He felt bone break. He whipped his elbow around and into the lying, conniving little mouth and broke out all the front teeth. Oba growled as he walloped the little weasel with 3 more rapid blows. With each blow, Clovis's head snapped back, his greasy hair throwing back blood each time the back of his skull whacked the crates. Oba was furious. He had suffered the indignity of being a helpless victim of a thief who had left him for dead. He had been attacked by a giant snake. He had nearly been drowned. He had been taunted and tricked by Althea. She had looked into his soul without his permission. She had cheated him out of his answers, belittled him for making something of himself, and died before he could kill her besides. He had suffered through a long march across the Azrith plains dressed in rags. He, Oba Ral, practically royalty. The utter indignity was humiliating. He was enraged, and aptly so. He could hardly believe that he finally had the object of that rightful anger at hand. He would not be denied just retribution. Holding Clovis down on the ground with a knee pressed to the man's chest, Oba at last let the full and rightful rage of vengeance free. He didn't feel the blows any more than he felt the aches and pains he had come down with. He cursed the murderous little thief as he dealt out justice, turning Clovis to a bloody pulp. Copious sweat poured down Oba's face. He gasped for air as he slugged away. His arms felt like lead. As he became worn out, he felt his head pounding as hard as his fists. He had trouble focusing on the target of his anger. The ground was soaked with blood. What had been Clovis was no longer remotely recognizable. His jaw was shattered and hung completely unhinged to the side. One eye socket had been altogether caved in. Oba's knee had broken the man's sternum and crushed his chest. It was glorious. Oba felt hands snatching his clothes and arms, pulling him back. He didn't have the strength left to try to stand. As he was dragged backward from between the wagons, he saw a crowd of people formed in a half-circle, all stricken with horror. Oba was pleased by that, because it meant that Clovis had gotten what he deserved. Proper punishment for crime should horrify people, so as to serve as an example. That's what his father would have said. Oba looked up, closer at the men hauling him out from between the wagons. A wall of leather armor, chainmail, and steel had poured in to surround him. Pikes and swords and axes glinted in the sunlight. They were all pointing at him. He could only blink, too drained to lift a hand to wave them away. Exhausted, out of breath, and soaked in sweat, Oba couldn't hold his head up. As he started to sag in the arms of the men holding him, blackness enveloped him. Chapter 40. In a somber daze, Friedrich used the shovel to steady himself as he sank to his knees. Sitting back on his heels, he let the shovel topple to the cold ground. The chill wind ruffled his hair as well as the long grasses around the freshly turned soil. His world was ashes. Dazed by grief, his mind wouldn't focus on any other thought. A sob overwhelmed him. He worried that he might not have done the right thing. It was cold here. He worried that Althea would be cold. Friedrich didn't want her to be cold. But it was sunny, too. Althea loved sunlight. She always said that she liked the feel of the sun on her face. Despite the heat in the swamp, the sunlight rarely made it down to the ground, at least anywhere near where she could see it from her confinement. To Friedrich, though, her hair was golden sunlight. She would always scoff at such sentiment, but occasionally, if he hadn't mentioned it in a while, she would innocently ask if he thought her hair was brushed enough and looked all right for visitors due for a telling. She always could keep her face blameless when she was angling for what she wanted. Then he would tell her that her hair looked like sunshine. She would blush like an adolescent girl and say, "Oh, Friedrich." Now, the sun would never shine for him again. He had considered what to do and had decided this would be better for her, to be up here, in the meadow, out of the swamp. If he could never take her out of that place in life, at least he could take her out now. The sunny meadow was a better place to lay her to rest than in her former prison. He would have given anything to have taken her out before, to show her beautiful places again, to see her smile, carefree, in the sunlight. But she could not leave. For everyone else, including him, only the path in the front could be safely traversed. There was no other way past the dark things created of her power. For her, there was not even that safe passage. Friedrich knew that the dire consequences for anyone who ventured anywhere else in the swamp were not imaginary. Several times over the years the unwary or the foolhardy had wandered off the path, or tried to make it through the back way, where not even he dared go. It had been torturous for Althea, knowing that her power had ended innocent lives. How Jensen had made it in the back way unharmed, not even Althea knew. For her last journey, Friedrich had carried Althea out that back way, as a symbol of her freedom reclaimed. Her monsters were gone. She was with the good spirits now. Now he was alone. Friedrich bent forward in agony, sobbing over her fresh grave. The world was suddenly an empty, lonely, dead place. His fingers clutched at the cold ground covering his love. He felt crushing guilt that he had not been there to protect her. He was sure that if he had been there, she would still be alive. That was all he wanted. Althea alive, Althea back, Althea with him. He had always delighted in returning home, such as it was, to tell her about any little thing he had seen, a bird skimming over a field, a tree with its leaves shimmering in the sunlight, a road lying like a ribbon over rolling hills, anything that would have brought a little of the world home to her in her prison. In the beginning he hadn't talked about the world beyond. He thought that if he told her about things he had seen outside her swamp, about what was suddenly out of her reach, she would only feel more confined, more isolated, more heartsick. Althea smiled that special smile of hers and said that she wanted to hear every detail of what he saw, because in that way she could deny Darkenroll his wish to confine her. She said that Friedrich was her eyes, and through them she could escape her prison. With the descriptions Friedrich brought her, Althea's mind soared up and away from her confinement. In that way Friedrich helped her deny that vile man his wish that she should never again see the world. To that extent Friedrich could feel good about leaving the swamp when she had to remain behind. He wasn't sure who was giving who the gift. Althea was like that, making him think he was doing something for her, when it was she who was really helping him live his life in the best way he could. Now Friedrich didn't know what he would do. His life seemed suspended. He had no life without Althea. She was a presence that had given him life, given him himself, made him whole. Without her in his life, life was pointless. How her life had ended, Friedrich didn't know for sure. The things he'd found made little sense to him. She hadn't been touched, but the house had been ransacked. The strangest things had been taken, their entire lifetime of savings, along with food, a few odd supplies, and old clothing of little worth. Yet other valuable items were left. Gilded carvings, gold leaf, and tools. Try as he might, Friedrich could make no sense or order out of it. The one thing he did understand was that Althea had poisoned herself. And there had been another cup. She had tried to poison someone else, maybe someone who had come for a telling, someone who hadn't been invited. Friedrich realized, though, that Althea must have been expecting whoever it was, and had kept that knowledge from him, encouraging him to make a trip to the palace to sell his gilded carvings. She had seemed somewhat insistent, and he had thought that, since she had invited no visitors, she must have wanted to be alone for a while, which wasn't entirely unusual. Or perhaps she was just impatient for him to take a little journey out into the world and see some sights, since he hadn't done so in a while. She had held his face in her hands as she kissed him that last time, savoring the feel of him. Now he knew the truth. That long kiss had been her farewell. She had wanted him safely out of the way. Friedrich reached in a pocket and pulled out the note she had left him. She sometimes wrote notes for him, things she thought of while he was away, things she wanted to remember to tell him. He had checked in the gilded cup he had carved for her, which she kept down on the floor under her chair, behind the pillow she sat on, and was surprised to find a letter to him. He carefully unfolded it and read it again, even though he had read it so many times that he knew every word by heart. My beloved Friedrich, I know that you can't understand right now, but I want you to know that I have not forsaken my duty to the sanctity of life. Rather, I am fulfilling it. I realize it won't be easy for you, but you must trust me when I say that I had to do this. I am at peace. I have had a long life, longer by far than nearly any other person is fortunate enough to have. But the best of it was the part I lived with you. I have loved you almost since the day you walked into my life and awakened my heart. Do not let grief crush your heart. We will be together in the next world and for all time. But in this world, you, like me, are one of the 4 protectors, the 4 stones at the corners of my grace. You remember. You asked who they were, and I told you that Leithia and I were 2 of the stones in my last telling. I wish I could have told you then that you are one as well, but I dared not. I am blind to much of what is happening. But with what I do know, I must do what I can, or the chance for others to live and love would be forever lost. Know that you are always in my heart, and will be even when I cross the veil to be with the good spirits. The world of life needs you, Friedrich. Your part in this has yet to begin. I beg of you that when you are called upon, you will fulfill that purpose. Yours for eternity, Althea. Althea's letter ended. The world of life needs you, Friedrich. Your part in this has yet to begin. I beg of you that when you are called upon, you will fulfill that purpose. Yours for eternity, Althea. Friedrich wiped the tears from his cheeks and then read Althea's words again. When he read, he could hear her voice in his head speaking to him, almost as if she were right there beside him. He feared to let go of that voice, but at last he carefully folded the note and returned it to his pocket. When he looked up, a tall man was standing before him. I was an acquaintance of Althea's. His powerful voice was solemn and earnest. I'm terribly sorry for your loss. I came to pay my respects and to offer my sympathy. Friedrich slowly rose to his feet, watching the older man's dark azure eyes. How could you know? How do you know what happened? Friedrich's anger rose, too. What part have you played in this? The part of a sad witness to that which I cannot change. The man, much older but vigorous-looking, laid a hand on Friedrich's shoulder, squeezing in a gentle manner. I knew Althea from long ago, when she came to study at the Palace of the Prophets. You didn't answer my question. How did you know? I am Nathan, the prophet. Nathan, the prophet? Nathan Rawle? Wizard Rawle? The man nodded as he took his hand away, letting his arms slip back under the edge of his open, dark brown cape. Friedrich dipped his head out of deference, but couldn't muster the concern to do more to bow, even if he was in the presence of a wizard, even if this wizard was a Rawle. The man wore brown wool trousers and high boots, not the robes of a wizard. For the most part, he didn't look like what Friedrich expected of a wizard, and he looked not at all like a man Althea had said was close to 1,000 years old. His strong jaw was clean-shaven. His straight white hair was long enough to touch his broad shoulders. He was not stooped with age, but had the fluid posture of a swordsman, though he wore no sword, and the effortless bearing of authority. His eyes, though so piercing from under his hawkish brow, were what Friedrich would expect of such a man. They were the eyes of a Rahl. Friedrich felt a twinge of jealousy. This man knew Althea long before Friedrich had met her, back when she was young and exquisitely beautiful, a sorceress at the prime of her power and ability, a woman sought after, a woman courted by many a great man, a woman who knew what she wanted and went after it with fierce passion. Friedrich wasn't so naive as to believe he was the first man in her life. "I spoke with her briefly a few times," Nathan said, as if in answer to questions unspoken, making Friedrich wonder if a man of his ability could also read minds. "She had an exceedingly talented gift for prophecy, at least for a sorceress. Compared, though, to a true prophet, she was but a child trying to play at adult games." The wizard softened his words with a kindly smile. "That is not to discount at all her heart or intellect, but merely to put it into perspective." Friedrich looked away from the man's eyes, back to the grave. "Do you know what happened?" When no answer came, he gazed back up at the tall man watching him. "And if you knew, could you have stopped her?" Nathan considered the question for a moment. "Did you ever know Althea to be able to alter that which she saw when she cast her stones?" "I guess not," Friedrich admitted. A few times he had held her as she wept with the sorrow of wishing she could change something she saw. She had often told him, when he asked about it, or asked what could be done, that such things were not as simple as they seemed to those without the gift. While Friedrich couldn't understand many of the complexities of her ability, he did know that, at times, the burden of prophecy nearly crushed her with anguish. "Do you know why she would have done this?" Friedrich asked, hopeful for some explanation that might make the pain more bearable. "Or who it was that brought her to it?" "She made the choice of how she would die," Nathan said in simple summation. "You must trust that she made that choice of her own free will and for sound reasons. You must understand that what she did was not only done because it was the best for her and for you, but for others as well." "Others? What do you mean?" "You both know what love brings to life. By her choice, she was doing what she could so that others might have their chance to know life and love." "I still don't understand." Nathan gazed off distantly as he slowly shook his head. "I know only bits of what is happening, Friedrich. In this, I feel blind in a way I have never felt before." "You mean this has to do with Jensen?" Nathan's brow twitched as his eyes focused abruptly and intently on Friedrich. "Jensen?" His voice was laced with suspicion. "One of the holes in the world. Althea said that Jensen is a daughter of Darken Rahl." The wizard drew back his cape and propped a hand on his hip. "So, that was her name, Jensen." His mouth turned up with a private smile. "I've never heard that term, hole in the world, but I can see how apt it would seem to a sorceress's restricted gift." He shook his head. "Despite her talent, Althea couldn't begin to comprehend what is involved with those like Jensen. The inability of the gifted to recognize aspects of their existence, and so referring to them as a hole in the world, is but the tail of the bull. The tail is the least important part. Hole is not even really accurate. I should think void would be better." "I'm not so sure you're right about her not comprehending. Althea was involved with those like Jensen for a long time. She may have been more aware than you realize. She explained it to Jensen and me that she didn't know anymore, but that the most important part was that the gifted were blind to them. Nathan grunted a short chuckle of respect for the woman buried before them. Oh, Althea knew more, much more. This hole-in-the-world business was but window-dressing for what Althea knew. Friedrich dared not contradict the wizard, for he knew how sorceresses kept secrets, never revealing the true extent of what they knew. Althea did this too, even to Friedrich. He knew that it wasn't a lack of respect or love, but just the way sorceresses were. He couldn't be offended by what was simply her nature. So there is more about those like Jensen, then? Oh, yes. This bull has horns, not just a tail, Nathan sighed. But despite the fact that I understand much of what Althea did not, even I don't begin to know enough to claim to grasp all of what is truly involved in the events beginning to unfold. This part of prophecy is obscured. I know enough, though, to know that this can alter the very nature of existence. You're a Rahl. How could you not know of such things? At a very young age I was taken away to the old world by the Sisters of the Light and imprisoned there in the palace of the prophets. I am a Rahl, but in many ways I know little of my ancestral homeland of Dahara. Much of what I know I learned through books of prophecy. Prophecy is silent about those like Jensen. I only recently have begun to discover why, and the dire consequences. He clasped his hands behind his back. So this girl Jensen came to see Althea? How did she know of Althea? Yes, Jensen was the cause of... Friedrich's gaze fell away from the man watching him, not knowing how he would feel about his kinsman. But then he decided to say it, even if it brought the man's wrath. When Jensen was young, Althea tried to help protect her from Darkenrahl. Darkenrahl crippled Althea for it and imprisoned her in the swamp. He stripped her of her power, except for that of prophecy. I know, Nathan whispered, clearly in sorrow. Although I never knew the causes behind it, I saw some of it foretold. Friedrich took a step forward. Then why would you not help her? This time it was Nathan's gaze that broke away. Oh, but I did. I was imprisoned there at the palace of the prophets when she came to see me. Imprisoned for what? Imprisoned for the unjust fears of others. I am a rarity, a prophet. I am feared as an oddity, as a madman, as a savior, as a destroyer. All because I see things others don't. There are times when I cannot help but to try to change what I see. If it's prophecy, how can it be changed? If you changed it, it would be untrue, then it wouldn't be prophecy. Nathan stared off at the cold sky, the wind lifting his long hair back away from his face. I could never explain it adequately to one such as you, one ungifted, but I can explain a small part of it in this way. There are books of prophecy going back thousands of years. Those books contain events that have not yet happened. In order for free will to exist, there must be questions left open. This is done partly through forked prophecies. Forked prophecies? You mean that events could go in one of two ways? Nathan nodded. At the least, often many ways. Key events, anyway. The books will often contain a line of prophecy for several outcomes that could result from free will. When a particular fork proves to be the one that actually takes place, one line of prophecy will be true while others, at that moment, become invalid. Up until then, they were all viable. Had another choice been made, that fork would have turned out to be the valid prophecy. Instead, that branch of prophecy withers and dies, even though the book with that line of prophecy remains. Prophecy is thus tangled with the deadwood of ages past, with all the choices not made, the things that never came to be. Friedrich's anger rose again. "And so you knew what would happen to Althea? You mean you could have warned her?" "When she came to me, I told her of a fork. I didn't know when she would reach it, but I knew that death waited down both paths. With the information I gave her, she would be able to know when the time was at hand. I had hoped that, somehow, she could find a way around what I saw. Sometimes there are shrouded forks that we are unaware of. I was hoping that was the case this time, and she might find it if it existed." Friedrich was incredulous. "You could have done something. You might have prevented what happened." Nathan lifted a hand toward the grave. "This is the result of trying to change what will be. It does not work." "But maybe if—" Nathan's hawk-like glare rose in warning. "For your own peace of mind, I will tell you this, but no more. Down the other path was a murder so torturous, so bloody, so painful, so violent, that when you discovered what was left of her, you would have ended your own life rather than continue to live with what you had seen. Be thankful that did not happen. It did not happen, not because she feared that death more, but in part because she loved you and didn't want you to suffer that." Nathan gestured to the grave again. "She chose this path." "This was that fork you told her of, then?" Nathan's glare softened. "Not exactly. The fork she took was that she would die. She chose how." "You mean she might have chosen another fork, a path in which she would live?" Nathan nodded. "For a time. But had she chosen that path, we would all soon be in the Keeper's clutches. Because of those involved, I know only that down that path everything ended. The choice she made was that there would still be a chance." "A chance? A chance for what?" Nathan sighed. Friedrich suspected that the sign reflected things more grave, more sweeping than anything Althea had ever seen. "Althea bought us all time that others might make the right choices when the time comes for them to act of their free will. This knot of forks in prophecy is obscured unlike any other, but most of the threads lead to nothing." "To nothing? I don't understand. What could that mean?" "Existence is at stake." Nathan's eyebrow lifted. "Most of those prophecies end in a void, in the world of the dead, for everything." "But you can see the way through?" "The tangle ahead is a mystery to me. In this I feel helpless. In this I know what it feels like to be ungifted and blind. In this I might as well be. I can't even see all of those who are making the critical choices." "It must be Jensen. Maybe if you found her. But Althea said the gifted are blind to the ungifted offspring of Dark and Rahl." "Of any Rahl. The gift is of no use in locating such truly ungifted offspring. There is no telling where they are. Unless you could gather all the people in the entire world and parade them before the gifted, there would be no practical way to detect them with the gift. Physical proximity is the only means for the gift to tell you who they are, because your eyes and your gift don't agree, like when I saw Jensen by accident." "You think, then, that Jensen is somehow involved in this?" Nathan threw his cape closed against the bitter wind. "As far as the prophecies are concerned, those like Jensen don't even exist. I have no way of telling if there are others, and if there are—"
"You asked for it." Chapter 9. Lois grinned all the way to her meeting at the way Madeline had sent Addison to find Aaron, but that smug feeling disappeared like a blue sky overtaken by storm clouds as soon as she found herself among the committee of angry pilots more than ready to scream strike. "He has to know we mean business," Ray Carter, the committee chairman and union president, said as he paced the floor. "Without a strike, he isn't going to listen." "It's blackmail, that's what it is. We shouldn't strike, we should sue, someone else said. Let's strike and sue. Lois sat mutely with a stack of photocopied articles on her lap, very much aware that these other pilots, older, wiser, more aggressive, more experienced in the industry, would scoff at her arguments. She hadn't been joking when she'd told Aaron that no one ever listened. It was true, and now she wondered why she'd agreed to serve on the committee when the decisions were all but made. It didn't matter if she disagreed. She would simply be one of those responsible for any consequences the union suffered because of their decisions. "Lois?" Ray asked suddenly, pivoting around in mid-step and pinning her with his eyes. "You're the only one here we haven't heard from. Are you with us or not?" "On suing, striking, or both?" she asked, her mouth going dry. "Any of it." "Well, I think we should consider our options first." "If you have any, let's hear them. You came in here with an armload of something." "Well," Lois looked down at the stack of articles and wished she'd never brought them. This crowd would snuff her out before she even began to speak. "These aren't options, really. They're more like consequences." "Consequences? Like what?" Lois stood up, hoping her height of 5 feet 10 inches would lend her courage. It had always served her well before. "They're articles about the TWA flight attendant strike," she said, passing them out to the others. "We're all aware of the fact that 4,500 flight attendants lost their jobs and still haven't gotten them back. The owner considered them expendable, and they were replaced." "True," a man named DeGaulle agreed. "But the circumstances were different. Flight attendants don't require years of training and experience. Besides, in their case, negotiations weren't handled well, and their demands were too high." Ray Carter stepped closer to her, his eyes full of disbelief. "Are you saying we shouldn't act? We should accept what they threw out to us and not do anything?" Lois shrank slowly back into her seat, trying to avoid the fire that had an excellent chance of spreading wildly. "No, of course not. I'm just saying that we should learn from history, not make the same mistakes." "Just what do you suggest?" "I don't know," Lois said. She cleared her throat. Her voice was rasping as it always did when she felt backed into a corner, but she forced herself to go on. "It just seems to me that we need to agree on exactly what kind of cuts we will accept, because we know we have to accept something. The flight attendants and machinists have, and we'll have to negotiate, that's obvious. I just think we should avoid talking strike for a while." "Well, if we don't talk strike, what threat can we hang over Zarkov's head? What motivation will he have to give us what we want?" Another relatively quiet member of the committee, Larry Miller, piped up. "If Zarkov doesn't care whether we go on strike or not, then a strike threat isn't motivation." "Right," Lois added, her courage building now that she had an ally. "Look at it from his point of view. Some of you, the ones in this room with seniority, are making a lot of money. If he can get us to walk out and can hire all new pilots at starting pay, he'll save millions." "But if we all refuse to fly, he can't run the airline," someone said, "and then he'll lose millions." Voices of approval added to that sentiment all over the room, and Lois sank back into her seat. "We have to give him a threat," Ray said. "And to do that, we have to call a strike vote. We have to get the members behind us." "All right," Larry, Lois's ally, said. "But if we're going to make that recommendation, I move that we also allow Lois to point out her side of the argument to the members, so that they can make an informed decision. And these articles need to be distributed first to each member." Silence reigned, and Lois felt her throat constricting. Not her. Not a planned presentation in front of hundreds of pilots. Sure, she could stand up spontaneously, utter an argument or two, but to be one of the scheduled speakers? Oh, her mouth would glue itself shut, and she wouldn't be able to get a word out. Besides, they'd never listen. Never. I think someone else could really do a better job, she began. All right, Ray conceded grudgingly, ignoring Lois's objection. It couldn't hurt to present both sides. Lois, have your argument ready for the Friday meeting. I'll see that each member gets the articles well in advance. They're not listening to me now, Lois thought on a wave of panic. I'm trying to tell them I can't do this, and they just won't listen. Now, let's talk about recommendations for negotiations. What will we accept? Bottom line, Ray demanded. Lois felt dazed, and suddenly she knew the panic Aaron spoke of in the cockpit. Hers always came on a podium, the dry palms, the cotton throat, the stuttering, the palpitations, the dizziness. It was terrible to have strong convictions that needed voicing, yet to be as anxiety-ridden as she was when she had to plan to speak. The rest of the meeting seemed a blur as she tried not to think about her presentation. Briefly, she wondered if Aaron would consider swapping skins for a while. She'd feel much more comfortable co-piloting in Aaron's place than standing up in front of hundreds of pilots and presenting the unpopular side of this argument. The sky in the mural took on a special life of its own as Addison worked with his paintbrush. He didn't make fun of Aaron's amateur sketching on the canvas, or of the smaller children's attempts at helping. He seemed to realize without being told that the mural was for the kids, by the kids, and about the kids. So, he asked when he climbed off his ladder to change colors, did you do all these murals around here? We sure did, replied 10-year-old Zeke. He'd been one of the first kids they'd reached at the center and had since become a little preacher to the other kids. They'd even held his baptism in the youth center's swimming pool. Aaron glanced at Addison, knowing he'd been addressing her. They exchanged pursed smiles. They're good. It sure beats the heck out of graffiti scrawled all over the walls. Why do you think we started it? The kid asked before Aaron could answer again. He took his arm and pulled him toward the edge of the mural. See right there? I painted that. It's downtown Shreveport, and I painted that cross in, and all them people praying and stuff. It's about hope. This whole mural is. Prayer gives you hope. Did you know that? Addison's grin slowly faded as he began to take the boy more seriously. He stooped down and examined the area of the mural Zeke was showing him. Yeah, I know it, Addison said. Prayer does give hope. It's gotten me through some tough times. Me too, man. My big brother was shot down on Jacquard Street last year. Man, talk about praying. I didn't think I'd ever get over it. Addison looked up at the rough kid. Who taught you about prayer, Zeke? Your mama? Zeke laughed. No, man. I taught her. She didn't know where to turn when my brother died. But I knew. 'Cause Aaron told me. Addison's eyes gravitated up to Aaron's, and she smiled self-consciously and turned back to the mural. Zeke's been a real blessing around here, she said. I can see that. When Zeke went back to painting, Addison climbed back up the ladder. Aaron couldn't help watching him. His pants were ruined, with paint smudges everywhere. Green paint was smeared across his shirt, and a decidedly attractive blot of red decorated one jaw. For the most fleeting of moments, she allowed herself to make the mental note that red paint flattered him, too. But just as quickly she shoved the thought away. She couldn't be attracted to the man who would nail Mick. She wouldn't allow it. So, "Are you going to have dinner with me to keep me from having to eat alone?" he asked, as he painted in a bird flying overhead. "Well, I can't," Zeke cut in before Aaron could get out the words. "Mama's making spaghetti, but you can come if you want." Addison dropped his brush and tried to maintain a straight face. "Thanks, Zeke. No, I'll have to take a rain check." "Sure?" the kid asked, "since you hate to eat alone and all." In spite of herself, Erin couldn't help being moved by Addison's efforts not to embarrass the boy. "Tell you what, Zeke, since you can't make it, how about I keep Addison company while he eats?" "Okay by me," Zeke said with an indifferent shrug. "If it's all right with him, you two'll have to work that out yourselves." "What a good idea," Addison said, eyes dancing with laughter. "But I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I kinda had my heart set on spaghetti." Erin tried in vain to suppress her grin. He was good at this, she thought. Melting her carefully constructed ice barriers was too easy for him. "I'm sure Zeke'll give you a rain check, and by the way, I'm not changing my clothes," she informed him. "If I go, I'm going just like this." "That's okay," he said, going back to his painting. "I like to go out with colorful people." Although she had threatened to dine dressed and painted as she was, Erin had really expected to go in and change when she took her car home, but Addison, who had followed her in his car, had other plans. "How's this?" he asked, driving up to the Sonic Drive-In. "Wow," she deadpanned. "You really know how to impress a girl, don't you?" He laughed. "There's a price for getting me covered in paint. You'll have to eat in the car." "No problem," she said, lifting her chin like a trooper. "I happen to like the food here." "Then you aren't insulted?" Erin turned her painted palms up. "Hey, who am I to criticize when you gave up Zeke's mom's spaghetti for a burger with me?" "It was a sacrifice, you know." "I know." Their eyes met in the dusk of the car, and they both smiled. A moment of understanding passed between them, without thoughts of the crash or the airline or the investigation to intrude. Then, just as quickly, came the unbidden defensiveness she clung to like a shield, reminding her that in many ways he was the enemy. "You know," she said, deliberately shattering the moment, "I may be wrong, but I think you're supposed to push that button to order." "I know." He smiled, but didn't take his gaze from her. "Listen, I was thinking, why don't we go over to those picnic tables to eat? It's a nice night. You won't be ashamed to be seen with a painted lady? Don't forget we match. It'll give everyone who sees us something to talk about." Erin shrugged. "I'm used to that." He pressed the button, and a voice asked for their order. "What'll you have?" he asked her. "Whatever you're having," she said. His eyebrows went up a notch. "We'll have a couple of burgers, no onions, 2 fries, large, 2 large Cokes, and a Butterfinger Blizzard, with 2 spoons. "Will that be all?" the voice asked. "We'll start with that and see how it goes," he said. The order taken, they left the car and wandered over to a picnic table. The wind was brisk, but still held the warmth of a tropical fall. A subtle dusk fell over the picnic area, the twilight sky clinging to daylight while inviting the night. Addison leaned against the table and smiled down at Erin as she slipped onto a bench. Confused, she looked up at him, amused at the paint smudge on his chin, amused at his choice of restaurants, amused at the glimmer of delight in his eyes. Again she told herself not to enjoy him, and her smile faded as her gaze drifted away. "I liked seeing how at home you were with those kids," he said. "They treated you like you were family, and you had them so interested in the project." "Kids love to paint," she said matter-of-factly. "Those murals are their own personal touches to the center. We all like to be around something that's a little bit our own. It keeps them off the streets, using their time constructively. But it's more than that. You're sharing your faith with them, aren't you? That's what it's all about. He gazed at her for a moment. How'd you get started doing that? Good, she thought. A safe topic that didn't involve intimacy of any kind. A few years ago, the local youth council came to the company in a big promotion for Big Brother's volunteers. It sounded like a good idea to me, so I asked if they could use a big sister. I started out with a 13-year-old girl who had a lot of problems, and I really got hooked on her. She chuckled and propped her chin on her hand. At another table, several yards away, a baby cried. The mother picked it up, and the child hushed. It was amazing to see how a little caring could change someone, she went on. When my church was involved in building the youth center last year, I thought working there a couple of days a week might be rewarding. Has it been? Are you kidding? Some days it's my lifeline. I don't have to take my problems there. The kids don't judge or pry, at least not intentionally, and heaven knows some of them have problems much worse than mine. Of course, it isn't all a picnic. Some of those kids are rough, troublemakers, always bucking authority, starting fights. The thought of Jason and TJ's fight flitted through her mind. But you don't give up on even those, do you? She paused for a long time, contemplating the disgust she'd had for TJ after his cruelty to Jason. Would she turn him away if he came back to the center? No, probably not. I'm tempted sometimes. You don't know how tempted. But if they're willing to at least meet me halfway, I'll try. I wonder if they know how lucky they are to have you, Addison asked in a quiet voice. I'm not the only one. There are lots of other volunteers. She swallowed and met his dark emerald eyes, holding her with a touch of awe, and more than a touch of intention. Footsteps on the gravel behind them startled them both, shattering the moment. 2 burgers, no onions, 2 large fries, 2 large Cokes, and a Butterfinger Blizzard, the girl asked in a nasal twang while she popped her gum. That's us, Addison answered. When the girl was on her way and the food was laid out in an awe-inspiring spread, Aaron and Addison ate and teased about each other's appetites. After the food was gone, they cleared the table and sat back down, neither anxious to end the closeness that seemed to exist apart from time, the closeness that had no context in their lives or their problems. Darkness had fallen without warning, and the breeze rustled the palm trees skirting the picnic area as they sat on the tabletop. The other scattered diners had left, and they were alone. Something about that was comforting to Aaron, and those objections that tried to surface in her heart grew vague, distant. Their shoulders brushed as they sat side by side, speaking in softer tones, comfortable yet maddeningly tense. Addison seemed to get closer each moment. His voice grew softer. He's going to kiss me, she thought, her heart setting a sprint-rate rhythm. But he didn't, not yet. I probably shouldn't say this, Addison said in a low voice, watching her lips as he spoke, because I realize that it isn't entirely professional, or sophisticated, or even particularly smooth. Say it, she whispered. I like being with you, Aaron. You make me feel good, and, well, I just hope you won't let my investigation keep me from seeing you like this again. She gazed at him in the darkness and watched him slowly wet his lips. Her fingers gripped the edge of the table. Slowly he moved his head toward her, watching her mouth with enchantment. His lips grazed hers lightly, then withdrew. Her knuckles ached as she squeezed the table harder. Their lips touched again, lingering longer this time, and he shifted slightly and slid one rough, shaky hand up her arm. The touch sent her heart careening, and her hand released its hold on the table and rose tentatively to feather through his soft black hair. He moved both arms around her, crushing her against him as he deepened the kiss. Birds twittered in the trees, and Aaron's heart. Wind whistled through the leaves and Addison's head. Crickets sang, toads called, and Aaron and Addison fell a little bit in love. The kiss broke after a small eternity, but it was too soon for either of them. They gazed at each other, stricken without breaking their embrace. Addison stroked her cheek with his knuckles. "You're beautiful, Aaron." She felt more heat warming her cheeks and opened her mouth to speak, but no words emerged. Instead, Aaron dropped her head. He pressed his lips against her forehead. "Come on," he whispered. "I'll take you home." The drive home was as quiet as it had been the day before, but this time their thoughts were far from airlines or flying or the tragic specters that plagued them both. He pulled into the driveway outside her house, turned off the engine, and sat quietly for a moment. Aaron saw the light on in her window and noticed Lois's car parked in the carport. "Lois is home," she said quietly. "Come on," Addison said. "I'll walk you to the door." He held his arm around her as they walked, then suddenly stopped. Before she could say good night, he cupped her paint-smudged chin and lifted her face to his. "Hate me when I'm questioning you," he whispered, "and fight me if you want. But when I ask to see you apart from the investigation, don't say no." She didn't have to answer, for the way she met his lips halfway and responded to his embrace and reacted to his kiss told him she would be there. She didn't invite him in, which was just as well, he thought. It would be excruciating to make small talk with Lois when all he could think of was the way he was beginning to feel about Aaron. Someday she might feel the same, he thought, if he didn't make her hate him in the process. Chapter 10. His eyes are darker than Grandpa's pond, but lighter than the weeping willow that droops all over his lawn. "Southeast 34, cleared for takeoff." "You'll be fine, Aaron, you're doing fine. Eyes like summer, like warmth, like peace. What if I can't do it? What if I can't?" "Aaron, don't say no. You're beautiful, beautiful." "The tape. I need to know what happened." "Southeast 34, cleared for takeoff." His kiss is as soft and restless as the wind before a storm. "I can't breathe. I can't fly." "Aaron, you're doing fine. Aaron. Aaron." "Aaron, are you all right?" The words, both real and dreamed, merged together in Aaron's mind, cutting her senses with sharp edges. "Aaron, wake up! You're dreaming! Wake up!" Aaron struggled to the surface of her sleep and sat up, disoriented. Perspiration had gathered on her upper lip and in her hair, and her body—
"What time did you leave the shop last night, Mr. Phelps?" Meyer asked. "What difference does it make? Did you see the place? Did you see all those broken bottles? Almost my entire stock. Where was the cop on the beat? How could anyone break all those bottles without attracting and fire 4 shots? Whoever broke the bottles fired 4 shots, Mr. Phelps." Yes, I know. All right, there aren't many apartment buildings in the block, no people to hear. But isn't a cop supposed to hear? Where was the cop on the beat? In some damn bar, drinking himself silly? He was, as a matter of fact, answering another call. What's more important, my stock or another damn call? Your stock is very important, Mr. Phelps, Meyer said. Without your stock, the people of this precinct might very well shrivel up and die. The police department never underestimated the value of your stock, but a man was being held up approximately 12 blocks away. A cop can handle only one crime at a time. Suppose my store was being held up. What then, huh? Your store wasn't being held up. As I understand it, none of the money in the cash register was touched. Thank God I'd only left about $50 for Annie, just to wind up the night. Had Annie worked for you a long time? About a year? Would you say, God, all that stock, It'll cost a fortune to replace. What about Annie? Meyer said, and his patience seemed suddenly to wear very thin. Annie? The girl who was killed. The girl who was laying with her broken body and her pretty face and the goddamn remains of your stock. Oh, Annie. Can we talk about her for a few minutes? Would that be all right with you, Mr. Phelps? Yes, of course, certainly. Annie Boone. Is that her name as you knew it? Yes. And she worked for you for a year, is that right? Yes, just about a year. Was she married? Are you sure? Yes. We have her listed as divorced. Oh, well, yes, I suppose she was. One child, is that right? Left the child with her mother when she was working. Yes, that's right. A boy, I believe. No, Meyer said. A girl. Oh, was it a girl? Well, then I suppose so. 32 years old, right, Mr. Phelps? Yes, 32 or 33. Are you married, Mr. Phelps? Me? Yes. I thought we were talking about Annie. We were. Now we're talking about you. Yes, I'm married. How long? 14 years. Children? No, no children. How old are you, Mr. Phelps? I'm 41. Get along? What? Do you get along with your wife? What? I said, Meyer repeated patiently. Do you get along with your wife? Well, of course I do. What the hell kind of a question is that to ask? Don't get excited, Mr. Phelps. Lots of men don't. Well, I do, and I don't see how this line of questioning is going to find the person who wrecked my store. We're primarily interested in the person who did murder, Mr. Phelps. Then I suppose I should be delighted that Annie was killed. Otherwise, the police would be happy to pass off the wreckage as just one of those unfortunate breaks. I think you're oversimplifying it, Mr. Phelps, Meyer said. He looked up suddenly. Do you own a revolver? What? A revolver, a pistol, a gun? No. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. We can check, you know. Of course I know you can check. Phelps stopped talking. Slow recognition crossed his face. He studied Meyer, and then a scowl brought his eyebrows into sharp, angry wings. What are you saying? Meyer asked. I'm not a suspect, am I? You're not saying that I'm a suspect. Meyer nodded sadly. Yes, Mr. Phelps, he said. I'm afraid you are. The man in Lieutenant Burns's office was 6 feet 2 inches tall, and he weighed 190 pounds. He had blue eyes and a square jaw with a cleft chin. His hair was red, except for a streak over his left temple where he had once been knifed, and where the hair had curiously grown in white after the wound had healed. He had a straight, unbroken nose, and a good mouth with a wide lower lip. There was something of arrogance on his face, as if he did not approve of the lieutenant, or Rella, who stood alongside the lieutenant's office. Steve, Burns said. This is, Burns consulted the sheet of paper in his right hand. Cotton Hawes. He looked at the redhead curiously. Is that right? Cotton Hawes? Yes, sir. Cotton. Burns cleared his throat. Cotton Hawes, he said again, and he stole a somewhat surreptitious glance at Corella, and then was silent for a moment as if he were allowing the name to penetrate the layers of his mind. Detective 2nd grade, he said at last. Be working out of this squad from now on. Transfer from the 30th. Corella nodded. This is Steve Corella, Burns said. Corella extended his hand. Glad to know you. Corella, Hawes answered, and he took Corella's hand in a firm grip.
Burgers? No other jobs around, said Big Mac. They're shutting all the factories around here. Nothing to do. No one's making anything anymore. Someone's making something, said Wobbler. What about all the stuff in the shops? That's all made in Taiwan land or somewhere. Huh, what sort of future are we going to have, eh? That's right, eh? Johnny? What? You've just been staring at nothing the whole time, you know that? Yeah, what's happened? Said Wobbler. Some dead people coming for a takeaway? No, said Johnny. What you thinking about, then? Thumbs, said Johnny, still staring at the wall. What? What? Said Johnny, waking up. What about thumbs? Oh, nothing. My mother said last night that there's a lot of people angry about the cemetery being sold, said Yolas. Everyone's moaning about it, and Pastor William says anyone who builds on there will be cursed under the 7th generation. Yes, but he always says that kind of thing, said Wobbler. Anyway, United Amalgamated Consolidated Holdings probably don't worry about that sort of thing. They've probably got a vice-president in charge of being cursed. And he probably gets his secretary to deal with it, said Big Mac. It won't stop anything anyway, said Yolas. There's bulldozers just the other side of the fence. Anyone know what United Amalgamated Consolidated Holdings do? Said Wobbler. It said in the paper that they're a multinational information retrieval and enhancement facility, said Yolas. It said on the news it'll provide 300 jobs. For all the people who used to work at the old rubber boot factory, said Big Mac. Yola shrugged. That's how it goes, he said. You all right, Johnny? What? You okay? You're staring at the wall. What? Oh, yeah, I'm okay. He's upset about the dead soldiers, said Wobbler. Yolas leaned across the table. Look, that's all in the past, right? It's just gone. It's a shame they died, but, well, they'd be dead anyway, wouldn't they? It's just history. It's nothing to do with, well, with now. Mrs. Ivy Witherslade was talking to her sister in the phone box on Cemetery Road when someone knocked impatiently on the glass, and that was odd, because there was no one there. But she felt very cold and suddenly uneasy, as though she was walking on someone's grave. She stopped telling her sister about her legs and what the doctor said about them, and went home quickly. If Johnny had been there, he would have heard what happened next. But he wasn't, so everyone else would have just heard the wind, and perhaps, just perhaps, the faintest of arguments. You should know, Mr. Fletcher, you invented it. Actually, that was Alexander Graham Bell, Mrs. Liberty. I just improved upon it. Well, make it work. Let me speak to the man on the wireless machine. Was it really Alexander Graham Bell? Yes, Alderman. I thought it was Sir Humphrey Telephone. The telephone stayed on its hook, but there were a few electric crackles and pops from somewhere in the machinery. I think I've mastered the intricacies. Mrs. Liberty, let me do the talking. The people's voice must be heard. Frost was forming on the inside of the telephone box. Certainly not. You are a Bolshevik. What did Sir Humphrey Telephone invent, then? Mr. Fletcher, be so good as to expedite the electric communication. When there wasn't the burger bar to hang out in, and when they weren't allowed in J&J software because of whatever Wobbler's latest crime was, there was only the fountain area with the sad, dying trees in it, or Groovy Sounds record store, which was pretty much like any record store would be if it was called Groovy Sounds. Anyway, Yolas wanted to buy a tape for his collection. Famous British brass bands, said Wobbler, looking over his shoulder. Yes, but this is a good one, said Yolas. It's got the old Blackberry Rubber Boot Factory band playing the Floral Dance. Very famous piece. You're just basically not black, are you? Said Wobbler. I'm going to report you to the Rastafarians. You like reggae and blues, said Yolas. That's different. Johnny listlessly shuffled through the tapes and froze. There was a voice he recognized. It was crackly with static, but it sounded a lot like Mrs. Sylvia Liberty, and it was coming over the radio. The radio was on the counter, turned to wonderful Radio Blackberry's Mike's radio show, which was as excellent and totally bodacious as 2 hours of phone-ins and traffic reports from the Blackberry bypass could be. This time it was different. The phone-in had been about the council's proposal to knock down the old fish market, which was going to happen no matter what anyone said, but it was a good subject for people to moan about. Well, what I say is, hello? Hello? This is Mrs. Sylvia Liberty speaking on the electric telephone. Hello? Not to be allowed. In my opinion, it is totally... Hello? I demand to be heard this instant. The fish market is of no importance whatsoever. In his little studio on top of the Blackberry and Slate Insurance Society, Mike's stared at his engineer, who stared at his switchboard. There was no way of cutting off the intrusive voice. It was coming in on all telephone lines at once. Hi, he said. The caller on, all the lines. Here, you listen to me, young man, and don't cut me off to start playing any more of your phonograph cylinders. Cross line here, Mike. Do you realize that innocent citizens are being evicted? Many years of valued service to the community. Merely because of an accident of birth. You listen to young John. The people's shroud is deepest black. We're coming back. Stop that this minute, William. You are nothing but a Bolshevik But no one heard the rest of the sentence, because the engineer had pulled all the plugs and hit the switchboard with a hammer. End of side 3. Side 4. Johnny and his friends had gathered around the radio. You get some real loonies in these phone-ins, said Wobbler. You ever listen to Mad Jim's late-night explosion? He's not mad, said Yolas. He just says he is. And all he does is play old records and go yeah and yowza a lot. That's not mad. That's just pathetic. Yes, said Wobbler. Yes, said Big Mac. Yes, said Yolas. They all looked at Johnny. They all looked like people with something on their minds. "Ahem," said Wobbler. Said Big Mac. "That was them, was it?" said Eolus. "Yes," said Johnny. "It was them." "Didn't sound like normal radio. How can they use the phone?" "I don't know. I suppose some of them knew how to use the phone when they were alive, and maybe being dead's a bit like electricity or something." "They nearly said your name," said Wobbler. "Yes." "Who was that one singing?" "I think it was William Stickers. He's a bit of a communist." "I didn't think there were any communists left these days," said Eolus. "There aren't, and he's one of them." "You know, any minute now, Rod Serling is going to come walking in here with a big book," said Big Mac. "You know, like in The Twilight Zone." "How come they know what's on the radio?" said Eolus. "I lent them Grandad's transistor." "You know what I think?" said Eolus. "I think you've started something." "That's what I think, too." "Nah," said Wobbler. "Come on. Voices on the radio? I mean, that's just mucking about. Could be anything. Kids ringing up and messing about. Oh, come on. Ghosts don't phone up radio stations." "I saw this film once where they came out of the telephone," said Big Mac, winner of the All-Blackberry Mr. Tactful Championship. "Just you shut up. I don't believe you." It was very, very chilly inside the phone box. "I must say, electricity is very easy to master when you're dead." "What are you doing, Mr. Fletcher?" "Very easy indeed. Who shall we talk to next?" "We must speak to the town hall." "But it is a Saturday, Mrs. Liberty. There will be no one there." "Then try to find young Johnny." "I don't know what he means about trying to find famous people buried in the cemetery. We're here after all." "I'll keep trying. It's amazingly easy to understand." "Where's Mr. Stickers gone?" "He's trying to listen to Radio Moscow, whatever that is, on the wireless telegraphy apparatus." "I say, this is rather invigorating, you know. I've never been out of the cemetery before." "Yes, it's a new lease of life." "You can escape from almost anything," said Mr. Vicenti. There was a faint cough. They looked around. Mr. Grimm was watching them through the railings. The dead seemed to sober up. They always became more serious in front of Mr. Grimm. They shuffled their spectral feet. "You're outside," said Mr. Grimm. "You know that's wrong." "Only a little way, Eric," said the alderman. "That can't do any harm. It's for the good of the—" "It's wrong. We don't have to listen to him," said Mr. Vicenti. "You'll get into terrible trouble," said Mr. Grimm. "No, we won't," said Mr. Vicenti. "It's dabbling with the known," said Mr. Grimm. "You'll get into terrible trouble, and it won't be my fault. You are bad people." He turned and walked back to his grave. "Dial the number," said Mr. Vicenti. The others seemed to wake up. "You know," said Mrs. Liberty, "he may have a point." "Forget about Mr. Grimm," said Mr. Vicenti. He opened his hands. A white dove shot out of his sleeve and perched on the phone box, blinking. "Dial the number, Mr. Fletcher." "Hello, Direct for Inquiries. What name, please?" "He's called Johnny Maxwell, and he lives in Blackberry." "I'm afraid that is not sufficient information." "That's all we—" "Listen, I can see how it works. There's a connection. How many of us are there in here? Can I try, please? This is a lot better than those seances." The operator rubbed her headset. For some reason her ear had gone cold. "Ow!" She ripped it off. The operator on her right leaned over. "What's up, Dawn?" It felt... They looked at the switchboard. Lights were coming on everywhere, and it was beginning to be covered in frost. The point is that all through history there have been people who couldn't invent things because the rest of the world wasn't ready. Leonardo da Vinci hadn't got the motors or materials to make his helicopter. Sir George Cayley invented the internal combustion engine before anyone else had invented petrol. So he ran it on pellets of gunpowder. Really, it was nearly the external combustion engine. And in his life, Addison Vincent Fletcher had spent long hours with motors and relays and glowing valves and bits of wire, pursuing a dream the world didn't even have a name for yet. In his phone box, dead Mr. Fletcher laughed. It had a name now. He knew exactly what a computer was when he saw one. Chapter 5. Johnny went home. He didn't dare go back to the cemetery. It was Saturday evening. He'd forgotten about the visit. "You've got to come," said his mother. "You know she likes to see you." "No, she doesn't," said Johnny. She forgets who I am. She calls me Peter. I mean, that's my dad's name. And the place smells of old ladies. Anyway, why doesn't Grandad ever come? She's his wife. He says he likes to remember her as she was, said his mother. Besides, it's Marky and Moe's Saturday Spectacular. You know he doesn't like to miss it. Oh, all right. We don't have to stay long. About 10 minutes after Johnny had gone, the phone rang. Grandad dealt with it in his normal way, which was to shout, "Phone!" while not taking his eyes off the screen. But it went on ringing. Eventually, grumbling and losing the remote control down the side of the cushion where it wouldn't be found for 2 days, he got up and shuffled out into the hall. "Yes? He's not here. Gone out. Who? Willard? Is it? Never. Still doing the conjuring tricks, are you? Haven't seen you about the town much lately. No. Right. That's right. I don't get out much myself these days. How are you in yourself? Dead. I see. But you've got out to use the telephone. It's wonderful what they can do with science. You sound a long way off. Right. You are a long way off. I remember that trick you used to do with the handcuffs and the chains and... well, nearly did. Yes. Yes. Right. I'll tell him. Nice to hear from you. Goodbye. He went back and settled down in front of the TV again. After a few minutes, a small worried frown crossed his face. He got up and went and glared at the telephone for a while. It wasn't that Sunshine Acres was a bad place. As far as Johnny could see, it was clean enough, and the staff seemed okay. There were bright murals on the walls and a big tank of goldfish in the TV room. But it was more gloomy than the cemetery. It was the way everyone shuffled around quietly and sat waiting at the table for the next meal hours before it was due, because there wasn't anything else to do. It was as if life had stopped, and being dead hadn't started, so all there was to do was hang around. His grandmother spent a lot of time watching TV in the main lounge, or watching her begonias in her room. At least, his grandmother's body did. He was never certain where her mind was, except that it was often far away and long ago. After a while, he got even more depressed at the conversation between his mother and his grandmother, which was exactly the same as the one last week and the week before that, and did what he always did, which was wander out into the corridor. He mooched towards the door that led out into the garden, staring vaguely at nothing. They never told you about this ghost stuff at school. Sometimes the world was so weird you didn't know where to start. And social education and GCSE maths weren't a lot of help. Why didn't this sort of thing happen to anyone else? It wasn't as if he went looking for it. He just tried to keep his head down. He just tried to be someone at the back of the crowd. But somehow everything was more complicated than it was for anyone else. The thing was, Mr. T. Atkins. He probably wouldn't have noticed it, except that the name was in the back of his mind. It was written on a little curling piece of paper stuck in a frame on one of the doors. He stared at it. It filled the whole world, just for a second or two. Well, there could be lots of Atkinses. He'd never find out unless he knocked, though. Would he? "Open the door, will you, love? My hands are full." There was a large black woman behind him, her arms full of sheets. Johnny nodded mutely and turned the handle. The room was more or less bare. There was certainly no one else there. "I see you come up here every week to see your gran," said the nurse, dumping the sheets on the bare bed. "You're a good boy to come see her." Yes. "What was it you were wanting?" I thought I'd, drop in to have a chat with Mr. Atkins." Inspiration seized him. "I'm doing a project at school about the Blackberry Pals." A project? You could get away with anything if you said you were doing a project. "Now who were they then, dear?" Some soldiers. Mr. Atkins was one of them, I think. Where? "Well, he passed away yesterday, dear. Nearly 97, I think he was. Did you know him?" "Not really." "He was here for years. He was a nice old man. He used to say that when he died, the war'd be over. It was his joke. He used to show us his old army paybook. 'Tommy Atkins,' he'd say. 'I'm the one, I'm the boy. When I'm gone, it's all over.' He used to laugh about that." "What did he mean?" "Don't know, dear. I just used to smile. You know how it is." The nurse smoothed out the new sheets and pulled a cardboard box from under the bed. "This was his stuff," she said. She gave him an odd look. "I expect it's all right for you to see. No one ever visited him, except a man from the British Legion, regular as clockwork every Christmas. God bless them. They've asked for his medals, you know. But I expect it's all right for you to have a look, if it's a project."
Johnny peered into the box while the nurse bustled around the room. There were a few odds and ends, a pipe, a tobacco tin, a huge old penknife. There was a scrapbook full of sepia postcards of flowers and fields of cabbages and simpering French ladies dressed in what someone must once have thought was a very daring way. Yellowing newspaper cuttings were stuck between the pages, and there was a small wooden box lined with toilet paper and containing several medals. And there was a photograph of the Blackberry Pals, just like the one in the old newspaper. Johnny lifted it out very carefully and turned it over. It crackled. Someone had written in violet ink a long time ago the words, "Old comrades, we're the boys, Kaiser Bill. If you know a better old, go to it." And there were 30 signatures underneath. Beside 29 of the signatures, in pencil, someone had made a small cross. "They all signed it," he said quietly. He must have got a copy from the paper, and they all signed it.
"What was that, dear?"
"This photo."
"Oh, yes, he showed it to me once. That was him in the war, you know."
Johnny turned it over again and found Atkins tea. He looked a bit like Big Mac, with jug-handle ears and a second-hand haircut. He was grinning. They all were, all the same kind of grin.
"He used to talk about them a lot," said the nurse.
"Yes."
"His funeral's on Monday, at the Creme. One of us always goes, you know. Well, you have to, don't you? It's only right."
He dreamed on Saturday night. He dreamed of Rod Serling walking along Blackberry High Street. But as he was trying to speak impressively to the camera, Big Mac, Eolus and Wobbler started to peer over his shoulder and say things like,
"What's this book about, then?" And, "Turn over the page. I've read this bit."
He dreamed of thumbs, and woke up and stared at the ceiling. He still hadn't replaced the bits of cotton that held up the plastic model of the space shuttle. It was forever doing a nosedive. He was pretty sure other kids didn't have lives like this. It just kept on happening. Just when he thought he'd got a grip on the world and saw how it all worked, it sprang something new on him. And what he thought was the whole thing, ticking away nicely, turned out to be just some kind of joke. His granddad had mumbled a very odd message when Johnny had arrived home. As far as he could understand, Wobbler or someone had been making odd phone calls. His granddad had also muttered something about conjuring tricks. He looked at his clock radio. It said 2:45. There was no chance of going back to sleep. He tried Radio Blackberry.
"Yowza, yowza, yowza, yowza! And the next caller on Uncle Mad Jim's bodacious problem corner is—"
Johnny froze. He had a feeling.
"William Stickers, Mad Jim." "Hi, Bill. You sound a bit depressed to me." "It's worse than that. I'm dead, Jim." "Wow, I can see that could be a real downer, Bill. Care to tell us about it?" "You sound very understanding, comrade. Well, of course he's understanding," thought Johnny as he struggled into his dressing gown. "Everyone phones up Mad Jim in the middle of the night. Last week he talked for 20 minutes to a lady who thought she was a roll of wallpaper. You sound totally sane compared to most of them."
He snatched up his Walkman and switched on its radio so that he could go on listening as he ran down the stairs and out into the night.
"And now I've just heard there isn't even any Soviet Union anymore. What's happened? Seems to me you haven't been keeping up with current events, Bill." "I thought I explained about that." "Oh, sure. You said you've been dead. But you're alive again, right?"
Mad Jim's voice had that little chuckle in it that it always got when he'd found a real ding-dong on the line and could picture all his insomniac listeners turning up the volume.
"No, still dead. It's not something you get better from, Jim. Now—"
Johnny pattered around the corner and sped along John Lennon Avenue. Mad Jim was saying in his special dealing with loonies velvet voice,
"So, tell us all out here in the land of the living, Bill, what's it like being dead?" "Like? Like? It's extremely dull. I'm sure everyone out there would like to know, Bill, are there angels?"
Johnny groaned as he turned the corner into Eden Road.
"Angels? Certainly not."
Johnny scurried past the silent houses and dodged between the bollards into Woodville Road.
"Oh, dear," said Mad Jim in his headset. "I hope there aren't any naughty men with pitchforks, then." "What on earth are you blathering about, man? There's just me and old Tom Bowler and Sylvia Liberty and all the rest of them."
Johnny lost the thread of things when a sticking-out piece of laurel hedge knocked his headset off. When he managed to put it back on, it turned out that William Stickers had been invited to request a record.
Don't think I know the red flag, Bill. Who's it by?
See if I can pick up another. Short man rubbed his thick hands together. A trade? What do you have? We will talk about it in the morning, my friend. Now I am very tired. When we have rested, we will start the bargaining. Of course. What was I thinking? Yonk, show our guests to the stables. They will get a good night's sleep, and then... Short man opened the door. Tomorrow, we will bargain. Chapter 40. Sir, wake up! Mark felt someone gently shaking his shoulder. His eyes flew open. Yonk was kneeling next to him. The boy put his fingers to his lips and motioned for Mark to follow him outside. It was still dark, and Mark had a hard time keeping up with the boy. Yonk led him through a narrow alley and into an abandoned storehouse. Inside, Yonk lit a small torch. "You are in much danger, sir. I could easily lose my life for telling you this." "Then why are you telling me?" "Because you stood up to him. No one has ever done that. You must be very brave." "Why am I in danger?" "Everyone in Transall knew you were coming. There has been a reward offered for your capture. Short man hopes to keep you here long enough to collect it." Mark scratched his head. "A reward? Why would anybody put out a reward for me?" "That I do not know, but if you stay here you will regret it. Take your friend and go back to your village at once." Yonk blew out the torch and started for the door. Mark grabbed his arm. "Wait. Tell me, is it true that there is no shaman living in Transall?" Short man did not lie. There is no one like that here. But there is someone who speaks about the before time. He is very old, and they say he has lost his mind. I doubt you could understand anything he says. "Get him. I have to talk to this person. It is very important to me." Yonk fidgeted with the torch. "This will not be easy. I have already saved your life. Why should I do this also?" "I can't explain. But if you do it, I will owe you a great deal." "Really? How much in trade goods?" "Go get the old man, you little wretch," Sarbo's deep voice demanded from the open door. "And hurry up about it, or I'll crush your head as if it were an overripe melon." Yonk squeezed past him and ran down the alley. "Did you hear everything?" Mark asked. "Almost." Sarbo stepped inside. "It seems that you have become a wanted man." "They have me confused with someone else." "Of course. I forgot for a moment how much like everyone else you look. I'm sure it is just a big mistake." "I guess you have a point there. But what else could it be? Up until a few days ago, no one here even knew I existed." "Someone did. The Mercon heard about you, and when he found out, he made a special trip across many miles just to meet you." Mark was quiet, thinking. The Mercon had told him there was a shaman here. Why would he lie? "There is something not right about this, Cacon. I said I will help you in your quest, and I will. But we are at a disadvantage. First, we must find out who our enemies are, and know all that is going on." There was a noise at the door. Yonk let in the old beggar they had seen asking for food on the street the day before. "This is the man, masters. He is called Pet. Talk to him if you can." Mark helped the feeble old man find a place to sit. "We need light, Yonk. I want to see who I'm talking to." Yonk hit 2 small rocks together and relit the oiled rag on the end of his torch. Mark knelt beside the man and looked into his face. It was wrinkled and caked with dirt, and his matted hair hung down over his eyes. "I need to ask you some questions, Pet. Do you understand me?" There was no response. Mark continued. "They say you know about the before time. Can you tell me about it?" "I know much about the before time," Pet squeaked in a dry, raspy voice. "But you do not really care. You are one of the carriers of the long death. You have the look." "The look?" Mark asked quietly. "What can you tell me about my looks?" Pet stared straight ahead. I am the last of the keepers. When I die, it will all be lost. What will be lost, pet? What do you keep? The knowledge. The ancients entrusted it to my family. We have always been keepers. Do you know about a light, pet? A great light that can take you to a different time. The man covered his head with his arms and rocked back and forth. So much waste and destruction. Many suffered through the long death. So many died that the bodies were piled up, and there was no one left to sing the songs. When the blood-sick came to this land, it spread like a fire. No one was safe. He stopped rocking. It could still be out there. Be careful. Young shook his head. I told you he was crazy. You will find out nothing from him. I'd better take him back now. Wait. Mark put his hand on the old man's shoulder. This is important, Pat. What do you know about a powerful light that appears in the jungle? The people did not know how to grow food or defend themselves. Only handfuls survived, and they were changed. Everything was changed in the blood-sick. He is rambling, Cacon. Sarbo glanced out the door. It will be morning soon. We must go. Frustrated, Mark looked back at Pet. I know you are trying to tell me what happened in Transall to make everything different from my time, but I don't understand all that. All I want to know about is the light. Can you tell me anything about the light? The old man stared at the torch without blinking. It is no use, Cacon. Sarbo helped the old man to his feet. Take him back to his house, Yonk, and... He grabbed the boy's arm. Do not go back to the short man tonight. It could prove to be dangerous. Sarbo waited until they had gone and turned to Mark. Come with me. Before this night is over, we will have some answers. Chapter 41. Sarbo stepped back, took a deep breath, and slammed his body into the door. It splintered, fell off its leather hinges, and crashed, barely missing the sleeping man inside. What? What's going on? Short man frantically reached for his sword. Mark kicked it across the room. Sarbo stepped on Short man's chest, pushing him down as he held the blade of his sword against the man's neck. Sarbo! Short man gulped. My good friend, what is the meaning of this? That is what we are here to find out, Short man. Sarbo stepped down harder. Light the oil pot, Cacon. The fire doesn't let me see into this deceiver's eyes. Deceiver? I would never deceive you, Sarbo. Someone has given you false information. There is a reward offered for the capture of my friend. Who was behind it? I do not know what you're talking about. Sarbo pressed the blade into Short man's flesh until he drew blood. I have no time to waste. It will be daylight soon. If you value your life, tell me before I cut your head off and feed it to that Corwunk on a chain outside. Short man closed his eyes. All right. Someone came here. He said your odd-looking friend was worth a lot to someone very important. Who wants him and why? He did not give a name. All I know is that he rode a fine beast and wore metal armor like the kind tied to your friend's gear. Mark gave a low whistle. The Mercon, or one of his men. Sarbo looked down at the white-faced man on the floor. When did he say he would be back? He did not say. Only that if we wanted the reward, we had to hold him here until they came for him. I had no idea he was your companion, Sarbo. I just thought I could pick up some easy booty. Sarbo stepped back. I will not kill you, Short man. My friend and I are leaving now. If you know what is good for you, you will stay out of our way. And if the man in armor returns, it would be better for you if you do not tell him we were here. Of course. Short man sat up and rubbed his throat. I could never betray you, Sarbo. You know that. If the reward was large enough, you would betray anyone. Sarbo sheathed his sword. But see to it that you do not, or I will return. and next time I promise that you will not be left attached to your head." There was a sound in the courtyard. Mark blew the light out and moved silently up the steps. Standing in front of him was his silver beast, along with a fat black one and a short hairy animal like the kind the Samatin had been riding. "See how I think ahead, Master?" Yank said to Mark, pulling the animals closer. "You could use someone like me on your journey." "For what?" Sarbo climbed the steps. "You would only slow us down." Yank appealed to Mark. "Master, you know that if I stay here, Short Man will kill me the minute you are out of sight. Haven't I stood by you from the start?" Mark rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I can cook," Yank went on, "and I'm good with animals. I will see to your every need. You will not have to lift a finger. It would be a terrible mistake not to take me with you." Sarbo took the reins of the black beast and jumped on its back. He looked at Mark. "Come, Cacon. Perhaps the Samatin are sleeping." Mark climbed on his animal and followed Sarbo to the edge of the courtyard. He stopped and looked over his shoulder at Yank. "If you are coming, you'd better hurry. Nobody's going to wait for you." "Oh, thank you, Master." Yank hopped on the small donkey-like animal and trotted after them. "I promise you will not regret this." Chapter 42. "You are very crafty, Masters." Yank's animal jogged through the deep red sand, easily keeping pace with the larger beasts. "You've outsmarted the Samatin. Of course I knew you would, otherwise I would not have chosen to come with you." Sarbo gave Mark a sullen glance. "Does that runt ever shut up?" "I'm sorry if I have offended you, Master. I was just saying that it has been almost 2 days, and you have managed to successfully elude the Samatin. It is not everyone who could have escaped their watchful eyes so easily." "That is what worries me." Sarbo shifted his weight and glanced nervously around. "It seemed too easy." "Why would they let us go?" Mark asked. "They wanted us pretty badly the other day." "Who knows? Perhaps the runt is right. I'm probably worrying for no reason. It will be dark soon. We will camp just over that next dune." They plodded along in silence. Mark hoped he had made the right decision. He had been the one to choose their destination, Lystra. He felt sure the Mercon had the answers he was looking for, if the man was still alive. If not, there might be someone close to him who knew why he had taken such an interest in Mark. The only way to find out for certain was to go to his stronghold across the river in Lystra and ask questions. Sarbo had refused to consider going back to the village without Mark, and Yank didn't seem to care which way they went, as long as it was away from Short Man. "Look, Masters, trees!" Yank pointed down the sand dune to a stand of short red trees. "We must be getting close to the end of the death sand. I had almost forgotten what they looked like. Aren't they beautiful? Are we going to camp there? It would be wonderful to have shade." "If it will help to get you to close your flapping mouth, I would be willing to camp in a patch of thorn spears," Sarbo said. He kicked his beast and moved out in front of them. "I get the feeling he does not like me much," Yank said in a low voice. "Have I done something to offend him? Have I not done everything in my power to please him?" Mark urged his mount down the dune. "I think Sarbo's happy enough with your work, but from now on you might try doing it with a little less talk." Sarbo had stopped. The trees were still ahead. Mark rode up to him, leaving Yank behind. "Is something wrong?" "It is too still." Sarbo studied the line of trees. "I don't like it, Cacon. We must turn back." As he tugged on the rein, an arrow whizzed and struck Sarbo in the side. The big man slumped forward, hanging on to his beast's mane. "Go!" Sarbo shouted hoarsely. Mark reached for the reins of Sarbo's mount and tried to make a run for it, but a swarm of Samatin charged out of the trees and surrounded them before he had moved more than a few feet. The leader, a filthy man wearing a stained white turban, gave them a grin that exposed his rotted front teeth. His look dared Mark to make a move against them. Mark dropped the reins and slowly put his hands in the air. The Samatin began whooping. For several minutes they pranced around their captives, yelling and occasionally poking at Mark and Sarbo with their spears. Finally they took their captives' weapons and tied Mark's hands behind his back with a thin leather strap. The language they spoke was even choppier than the Arrow people's. Mark couldn't understand a word. They led the two beasts behind their hairy animals, obviously very pleased with themselves, chattering and waving their arms. Mark chanced a quick glance up at the sand dune. Yonk was nowhere in sight. The Samotin hadn't bothered to tie Sarbo. He was losing a lot of blood and could barely hang on to his beast. Mark felt helpless. "Hold on, Sarbo," he whispered. "I'll get us out of this, somehow." There was no answer. Sweat trickled down Mark's forehead and stung his eyes. This was his fault. He should have insisted that Sarbo return to his village, and he should have gone back to the dark jungle. It had been a mistake to drag his friend into this mess. A few miles later, the Samotin dropped into a sandy canyon that got deeper and deeper. They followed it for almost an hour before they stopped in front of what appeared to be a solid wall of red rock and sand. One by one they rode to the far side and disappeared around the edge. The man leading Mark's beast got off his animal and clicked a command. The little animal followed the others while he carefully led Mark and the bigger animal around the edge of the narrow opening. Mark was amazed. The shimmering sand gave the illusion that there was no way through the wall. But once they rounded the opening, there was a long, dark tunnel, just wide enough for a beast to pass. He had to duck to avoid being scraped off by low-hanging rocks. The darkness didn't slow the man leading Mark's mount. He seemed to know the way very well. Just when Mark thought the tunnel would never end, a light appeared and the little man led him out into a valley. Mark's eyes widened. The ground was black and the vegetation green. Green, the way he remembered it was supposed to be. As they walked, a powdery dirt swirled up around the man's ankles. Mark looked down and saw that they were walking through old volcanic ash. The Samotin had founded their hidden paradise in the remains of an inactive volcano. The rim of the blackened cone loomed in front of them. Women and children came out of their mud huts to stare at the prisoners. Dog creatures with long, thin tails that dragged on the ground barked and nipped at the heels of the mounts. The leader pointed at Sarbo and shouted. Two of the Samotin roughly pulled him, unconscious, off his beast and carried him into one of the huts. Then the leader gave another order and pointed at Mark. A heavy blow hit Mark in the ribs and he fell, landing on his shoulder in the dirt. The Samotin roared with laughter. Mark struggled to his knees, his hands still tied. Someone kicked him solidly in the back and he fell on his face. He scrambled to his feet and warily watched the crowd to see who his next attacker would be. It was the little man who had led his beast. He jumped at Mark, intending to jab him with his spear. Mark sidestepped, whirled, and landed a kick to the short man's stomach. The crowd stopped laughing. One of their own had been bested by a prisoner. They pressed in closer to see what would happen next. The little man turned, his narrow black eyes flashing. He braced himself, raised the spear, and charged again. Mark was ready. He dropped to the ground and scissored his legs to trip the man. The small fellow was propelled forward into the crowd. The spear flew out of his hand and landed in the dirt near the leader. The leader was not amused. He clapped his hands sharply and his men rushed to grab Mark. They took him to a small cage made of tree limbs and pushed him inside. There was a rope attached to the top. They threw it around a high tree branch and raised the cage off the ground. The prison was not designed for someone as tall as Mark. When he sat flat on the floor, his head touched the top. The cage was so small there was hardly room for him to move. He studied the way it was built. The sturdy sticks were held in place by leather strips, like the one that was cutting into his wrists. He was carrying his old pocket knife in a pouch around his waist, but it was impossible to get to it. The Samotin people had crowded around below the cage and were throwing rocks and spitting and jeering at him. Whatever he did, if anything, would have to wait until nightfall. Chapter 43. The night was warm and bright. The moonlight shone through the haze better here than anywhere else Mark had been in Transall. The Samaritan had finally given up taunting him and gone into their huts to sleep. Wedged in his prison, Mark sat thinking, trying to take his mind off how uncomfortable he was. Back in his world, the sulfur from volcanoes had been used to make many things, particularly explosive powder. He racked his brain trying to remember the formula. His science teacher had talked about it. Mark had stored the information because he thought he and his friends might find it useful one day for homemade fireworks. The Chinese or somebody had figured out that if you added the sulfur from pure deposits of brimstone to charcoal and potassium nitrate, you could produce a potentially lethal explosion. Mark smiled grimly. It was funny what you could remember in these bizarre situations. He continued to think. The charcoal was easy. It was right there in the residue of old fires the Samaritan had let burn down. He suspected the long tunnel they came through had all the potassium nitrate he would need. But what was the formula? There was a disturbance on the other side of the camp. In the moonlight, he could see a Samaritan guard on a mount, dragging someone behind him. It was Yonk. The man picked up the boy and stuffed him into another cage. Then he raised it off the ground near Mark's. "I tried to save you, Master. Honestly, I did. I would have done it, too, if it had not been for the tunnel guard. He's a coward and a thief. He came at me from behind and took my donkey and my pack. When I get out of here, I'll rip him apart. I will—" "Yonk?" "Yes, Master." "Thank you for coming after us. It's good to see you. But if you don't mind, I'm trying to think right now." "Are you about to come up with a grand plan to escape from these barbaric people along with Master Sarbo? Where is Master Sarbo? If you do have a plan, I can be of great help to you. In fact, I once—" "Yonk?" "Yes, Master." "Shut up." "Yes, Master." Mark pulled his knees up under his chin. He inched onto his back and pushed upward with his feet. The round wooden bars didn't budge. Next he tried bracing his back against one side of the cage and his feet against the other. He pushed again with all his might, but nothing happened. "This is hopeless," he muttered. He looked up at the sky. The faint outline of a star shone through the haze. He hadn't seen a star since the night he had discovered the blue light more than 3 years ago. And for the first time in months, he felt a twinge of homesickness. "Yonk? You asked me not to talk, Master." "Forget about that. Are your hands tied in the front or back?" "They are tied in the front, Master. That is how that Samaritan coward was able to drag me along behind his mount. And you know, I think he enjoyed it, too. I heard him laughing." "Listen to me. I'm going to tell you how the latch on your cage works. Put your hand through the bars and feel for a round wooden wheel." "I have it, Master." "Turn the wheel to your left." "I'm trying. It will not turn. Something is holding it." "Feel for a wooden peg in the face of the wheel. Pull it straight out." "It still will not move, Master." "Rock the wheel back and forth, and pull harder, Yonk. Sarbo and I are counting on you." Mark heard the cage gate snap open. "Good work, Yonk. Now jump down and lower my cage." "Master, I'm not very good with heights. What if I break my leg? Or worse, what if I fall on my—" "Jump!" "Yes, Master." Mark heard him hit the ground with a thud. "Are you all right?" "Yes, although I'm not sure that you really care how I am, considering that I told you I did not like heights and—" "Find the rope that holds my cage. When you do, let it out slowly." "I found it, Master," Yonk whispered, "but it is difficult to undo with my hands tied together." Mark's cage lurched downward. He closed his eyes and prepared for the crash. It didn't come. The cage jerked to a stop. Mark opened his eyes to find himself suspended a few inches above the ground. "Good work, Yonk. Now open my cage." "Yonk? I am up here, Master." Mark looked up. High in the tree, dangling from the end of the rope, was Yonk. He was holding on with both hands. "Get down here, Yonk, I need you." "But, Master, it is a very long way to fall, even farther than the last time." "Yonk, if you don't get down here and unlock my cage, someone will find us like this. And I hear the salmon tin enjoy cooked sook. They say the younger the victim and the more tender the meat." There was another thud. This time it was accompanied by a soft groan. "Do not worry, Master, I am fine." Yonk's face appeared in front of Mark's cage. The boy turned the wheel and pulled out the peg, and the door sprang open. "Reach in my pouch, Yonk, and find my small knife. Cut me loose, and I will do the same for you." Yonk found the knife and sawed at the strap until Mark was able to break it. "See, Master, did I not tell you that you would find me very useful?" "You told me. Now quit talking and get your hands over here." Chapter 44. "But, Master, does it not make more sense to steal back our animals and escape while we still have a chance? You raised our cages back into the tree. They will not discover we are gone for quite some time." "Hand me that bowl of dirt, Yonk." "That is exactly what I was saying, Master. Here you are, hiding behind bushes, sifting through dirt and grinding charred sticks to powder, when we could be halfway to Lystra by now. It was a very risky thing for you to send me back to the tunnel. I was very lucky the guard was away. And why did you have me do it? To escape? No, to collect dirt. I'm sure there will be plenty of dirt in Lystra, Master. I'll help you get all you want. Why do we not go?" "I will not leave Sarbo. This may be the only way for the Samantin to know I mean business. Hand me that other bowl and spread that rag out beside it." Yonk did what he was told, then sighed and sat down beside Mark. "Master, when they come for us, will you do me a favor?" Mark didn't answer. He continued working, frantically trying to remember how many parts of each ingredient were necessary. "I would like for you to end my life quickly before they get a chance to cook me. I do not think it would be at all pleasant to be boiled." "Clean out my pouch, Yonk. You are in charge of keeping track of my things. For now I need to store some of the powder in it. I will keep the rest folded inside this cloth." Carefully Mark scooped up what he hoped was close to the recipe for the explosive powder and filled his pouch. Then he stood up. "Come, Yonk, the show's about to begin." It was early morning. The two crept around the rim of the old volcano close to the village. There was quiet. Nothing moved. Mark motioned for Yonk to go for the mounts, and then made his way to the hut where the Samantin had taken Sarbo. There was no guard. Apparently they thought Sarbo was too badly wounded to be a threat. Mark ducked inside. "Sarbo, are you here?" "Of course I'm here, infant. What took you so long?" Mark smiled. Sarbo was lying perfectly still on the floor. "Can you walk?" "I think so. Help me up." Leaning on Mark, Sarbo took a wobbly step. "We must hurry. It will be full daylight soon, and they will be looking for us," Mark said. He half-carried Sarbo out the door and across the grounds to the edge of the village, where Yonk was waiting with the beasts and his mount. "Hello, Master Sarbo. See, you were wrong about me. I've been of great help to you. Look, I found Master Kakon's weapons, and I've even stolen this extra sword and crossbow. First, Not now, Yonk." Mark pushed past him. "Help me get him on his mount." Sarbo was so weak he nearly fell. "Hold him on, Yonk." Mark took the reins and led the animals back toward the tunnel. A guard was pacing back and forth in front of the opening. Mark whispered to Yonk, "I'm going to create a diversion. When the guard leaves his post, take Sarbo and the beasts and hurry through the tunnel. I will join you as soon as I can. If I don't come, go on without me. I entrust Sarbo to your care." Before Yonk could ask any questions, Mark slipped away into the darkness. In minutes, a loud explosion ripped the night apart, and the guard ran to investigate. Yonk, Sarbo, and the beasts disappeared into the tunnel. The Samantin village sprang to life. Mark crawled to his feet and brushed at his singed eyebrows. His mixture had been more potent than he'd expected. He had poured only a small amount on the ground and tossed a burning stick into it, hoping the sparks would attract the guard's attention. At first nothing had happened. Then it had suddenly caught fire. The force of the explosion was so great it had blown him backward. Mark ran to the tunnel. He tripped and fell on the slippery rocks as he made his way through the darkness. There was shouting and the sound of running feet behind him. The Samaritan were in the tunnel too, and they were coming fast. Mark could see light ahead. Hurriedly he dumped out the contents of the rag, then struck his fire rocks together and lit the end of a dry stick he was carrying in his belt. He stepped back and tossed the stick, then turned and leaped into a run. The explosion was deafening. The walls of the tunnel crumbled. Rock fragments flew everywhere. The blast blew white smoke out of the tunnel and Mark along with it. When he landed, he could hear the screams of the men back in the tunnel. "Master, we are here!" Yank led the beast up to him. Sarbo raised his head. "Well done, Kakon. Well done." Chapter 45. "Are you sure about this, Sarbo?" Mark looked down at his friend. He was lying behind his mount on a pole stretcher they had hastily put together. Sarbo smiled weakly. His face had lost most of its color. "I am sure, Kakon. I'm going back to our village to die. The runt will take me. I will have a fine warrior's burial, and they will sing many songs about my bravery." "You are too mean and ornery to die, Sarbo. But I do think that the village is the best place for you. They will tend to your wound, and soon you will be back to your old annoying self." "Annoying? Why, if I was not about to die, I would—" "I know." Mark knelt by the stretcher. "You would teach me to respect my betters. Here." He took off his claw necklace and put it around Sarbo's neck. "I want you to have this. You have been a true friend, Sarbo. No one could ask for better." Mark stood and turned to Yank. "Take good care of him. Follow the directions I have given you. If you get him safely back to the village, you will be given your freedom." "I will do as you ask, Master. You can count on me." "I know I can. And Yank, if you should meet a girl by the name of Megan in the village, tell her—" "Yes, Master?" "Never mind. You'd better get going. And be careful. There could be other tribes out there." Mark watched them go until they were only tiny specks on the horizon. He already missed them. His trip to Lystra was going to be a lonely one. Sarbo had given him directions to the ferry that would take him across the great river. After that, it was only a few more miles to the Mercan stronghold. He would have liked to have the assurance of Sarbo's sword and his vast fighting experience, but even more than that, Sarbo's friendship. Even Yank's unending chatter would be better than silence. Mark shrugged the feeling off and sat up straight on his mount. He had been alone before and had survived. The red death sand gradually faded into a soft red dust that grew mostly cactus. Mark let his animal pick its way through the thorny plants. Sarbo had told him there would be no water here, but if he cut the tops off the larger cactus plants, he could find a bitter liquid that would see him through until he reached the river. Mark stopped only twice to drink. He didn't eat because he was in a hurry and didn't want to take the time to hunt. His mount's flanks were drawing up from exertion and the lack of water. The animal's steps became slower and slower. Finally Mark got off and led the beast until nightfall. The moonlight gave the night sky an odd yellow glow. Mark stopped to rest. Soon he would continue, hoping to reach the river by morning. He tied the beast and snuggled down in the warm, soft dirt. His mind replayed the events of the previous weeks. The Mercan had told him of a shaman in Transall who did not exist. Then they had been attacked on the way to find the imaginary shaman, and the Mercan had been taken captive. Bounty hunters had been offered a reward for Mark's capture. Why? None of it made any sense. He thought back to Pet, the old man in Transall, who said he was a keeper of knowledge. The stories he had told about the bloodsick and the terrible destruction made Mark shudder. The people had been changed by some catastrophe. They were strange in custom and appearance. Well, not all of them. Mark drifted off to sleep thinking about how pretty one of them was, especially when she was upset with him. When he was finished in Lystra, he would go back and see her one last time before he returned to the dark jungle. Chapter 46. The big animal lapped up river water for a long time. Mark was worried about letting it have so much. He had read something about over-drinking making animals sick. He ran his hand back and forth in the cool brown water, watching the animal. "Well, what have we here?" Mark whirled. A stocky young man with an ugly burn on his face stood behind him, holding a wooden oar. "Are you not something? Coming here in broad daylight like this? Either you are very brave, or you are touched in the head." Mark jumped to his feet. "I don't know who you think I am, but I have no doubt who you are. You are the young outlaw with a very large price on his head. The word is that you are a bad one indeed. What did you do to get him after you? Normally he does not take such an interest." "I don't have a clue what you're talking about. I'm simply looking for the ferry. You wouldn't happen to know if it's up or downstream, would you?" "You are touched. Do you not realize that everyone in the area has been alerted to look for you? You would be spotted instantly if you tried to cross the river on the ferry. The Mercan has spies everywhere." The Mercan? Mark tried to think. So it was true. The Mercan had offered a reward for his capture. He put his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Are you here to try to collect the bounty?" The young man gave a wry laugh. "If I was, I could easily have struck you on the head with my oar. Put away your sword, outlaw. I am no friend of the Mercan. It was one of his men who did this to me." He pointed at the burn on his cheek. Mark relaxed. "Do you know of another way across the river?" "Maybe. But first you must tell me why you wish to go into the demon's lair. The reward for you holds whether you are dead or alive. What is so significant over there that you would risk your life for it?" "Answers. I'm not an outlaw. The Mercan knows I'm not. He also has information about something that is very important to me. If he is still alive, I have to have it." "No, he is alive, all right. He just recently returned from a very long trip, and he wasted no time getting the word out about you." The young man rubbed his chin. "I have a raft. Your beast will have to swim, but I know of a narrow place in the river. Come with me." Mark hesitated, then grabbed his mount's reins. He wasn't sure whether he could trust this man, but it looked as if he had no choice. The young man looked back. "What do they call you, outlaw?" "Some call me Cacon." "Interesting name. What does it mean?" "I'm told it means the second warrior." "Where are you from?" "A faraway place." "Close-mouthed. I like that. A man can never be too careful. My name is Roan. I live across the river with a small group of murderers and thieves." Mark stopped. "Is that where we're going?" "Yes. They are an unruly bunch, but once they find out who you are, they will be pleased that you've joined us. Here is a raft. Give me a hand, will you?" Mark helped him push the raft into the water. "Why do you live with murderers and thieves? You don't seem like the type." "When the great Mercan puts a mark like this on your face, you are no longer welcome among the true people." "Why did he do that to you?" "I used to work for him in the stronghold. I tended the stables as a young boy and worked my way up to become a member of the elite guard. Life could not have been better for me until I met Danza." "Danza?" "The Mercan's daughter. We were going to run away together. But we were caught by her brother, Mordo. The Mercan branded me as a thief. He would have branded her, too, but she denied everything and blamed me." Roan shrugged. I guess it wasn't true love after all. Now I am banished from Lystra. So I hide with my companions in the forest and live by my wits. You are welcome to stay with us." "Thank you, Roan." Mark stepped onto the raft and pulled his beast to the edge of the water. "I just might take you up on that." Roan pushed off and began rowing. The beast followed and was soon covered with water except for its head. Roan let the current take them downstream a short distance, and then started rowing again until they reached the other side. A wide man with a flat face, scraggly hair, and thick bare feet jumped out of the bushes and caught the rope Roan threw to him. He pulled the raft ashore and helped them hide it in the brush. "This is Frankel. At one time he was the Mercan's chief advisor. That was before he advised something the Mercan did not want to hear, and his tongue was cut out." Mark winced and nodded at the man. "Nice to meet you." Frankel nodded back and reached for the reins of Mark's beast. Mark jerked them away. "I'll keep it with me if you don't mind." The man frowned and moved up the trail in front of them. Roan winked at Mark. "Wise decision. Frankel has been known to borrow a mount from time to time. He sells them to an old trader across the river." "So you steal from each other, too?" "Oh, no, only from strangers." "It's nice to know you draw the line somewhere." Roan laughed and led the way up a narrow path through stands of tall red trees. "So, you claim you are not really an outlaw. You must have done something. What was it? Did you hear or see something you were not supposed to? Perhaps you failed to carry out a mission you were entrusted with." "It was none of those things. At least I don't think it was. I'm not really sure. To tell you the truth, I think it has something to do with the way I look." "Ha!" Roan slapped his leg. "That is very funny. The great Mercan wants to arrest you because of your looks." Roan stopped walking and turned to study Mark. "I admit you do look odd. You are very tall, your skin has a pasty look, and your eyes are misshapen." He snapped his fingers. "I have it. You are related to the Mercan. I saw him once without his mask. He had those same strange eyes." This time it was Mark's turn to laugh. "That's not it either. I can't explain right now, but believe me, there's no way I would be related to the Mercan." "Too bad. Would have made a good story to tell at the fire tonight." Roan stepped through a hedge of brush. "We will not speak from this point on, Cacon. For the next mile or so, the forest is inhabited by the worst kind of beasts. Spies sent from the Mercan to locate our band. Walk only where I walk." Mark watched Roan slip a knife from his moccasin. He followed suit by reaching for his crossbow and loading one of his arrows. They had traveled a fair distance when they heard a loud snap and strange whirring noise. Then came the sound of someone crashing through the brush in their direction. Mark wanted to hide, but Roan stood his ground, poised and ready. Frankel charged out of the brush, motioning excitedly for them to follow him. A sly grin crept over Roan's face. "Come, Cacon," he whispered. "I think you will enjoy this." Frankel led the way to a clearing and pointed above their heads. Hanging by one foot and trying desperately to free himself from the noose around his foot was one of the Mercan soldiers. His helmet and sword had fallen to the ground, and the skirt of skins he wore had dropped over his head, exposing his bare backside. "Looks as if one of your traps has caught a varmint, Frankel. Rather large one this time. Take care of it, and see if you can find his mount." Roan took a step and stopped. "And Frankel, be sure the mount gets back to camp." "Come, Cacon. Our camp is not far now." Roan led the way through a dense thicket. On the other side he stopped and called out, "Ho, the camp! It is I, Roan, with the distinguished guest." A voice from the trees answered, "Proceed, and welcome to Roan and his guest." Mark scanned the treetops, but couldn't find the owner of the voice. He followed Roan down a narrow ravine, which opened to a small clearing. There were no people, but a nearly smokeless fire burned in the center, and a small animal was cooking on a wooden spit. Armor and swords were stacked up on one side, and a string of beasts was tied to a long rope. One by one, 6 men stepped out from behind trees and stood in front of them. "Is this who I think it is?" A man with a scar burned into his face like Roan's looked Mark up and down. "It is Jod." Roan held out his hand. "My friends, may I present the young outlaw Catapults. I found him on the other side of the river, looking for the ferry." "The ferry?" A thin man with a shaved head moved close to Mark. "He is a bold rascal. What did he intend to do? Take on the company of guards on the bank by himself?" "That I do not know. All he has told me is that he desires to see the great Mercan on a personal matter." Jod circled behind them. Mark's hand felt for the release on his crossbow. Roan touched Mark's shoulder. "Have no fear, my pale new friend." He glared at Jod. "You know better. Cacon is my guest. I told him he would be welcome here. Bring him food and water. Perhaps before this day is over we will all find out how useful we can be to one another." Chapter 47. The stronghold is on the other side of Lystra. It has a high wall that completely encircles it. Inside there's a shelter room for the guards to sleep in and a stable that houses 100 riding beasts. The main house is like nothing you have ever seen. It has a large hall with a plank floor, and behind that more than 10 rooms used solely by the Mercan and his family. Mark didn't comment. He waited for Roan to finish. "The tribute is kept in one of the back rooms. I've never seen it, but one time Danza told me about it. She described it in detail, so I know for certain it is there." "And you want me to help you break into the stronghold to get it?" "Yes. We have 8 good men. You make 9. If we attack at night, we will have the element of surprise. And if while you are there you get a chance to handle your business with the Mercan, so much the better. What do you say?" "I say no." Jod pulled out his sword. "He's a coward, Roan. Let me cut his heart out." "Let me finish." Mark stood and brushed the crumbs from his clothes. "By the way, thank you for the meal. I haven't eaten in a long time. It is very much appreciated." Roan raised an eyebrow. "You were saying?" "Just that I think there is a better way. If the stronghold is guarded as heavily as you say, I don't think you're going to have an easy time sneaking over the wall." "Go on." "Well, suppose they open the gate for you. Suppose you brought them something the Mercan wants. Not only would you be taken to the tribute room for payment, you would get in without a fight. And that something would be... me." Chapter 48. It was dark. Mark rode in front of a column of 8 armored men. His hands were loosely tied in front of him, and he wore a long cloak of skins to cover his sword. "Open the gate," Roan shouted. "We have a prisoner for the Mercan." A small iron peephole scraped open. A deep voice called out, "Identify yourselves and the prisoner." Roan adjusted the helmet to make sure it covered his face. He had been a member of the guard long enough to know what to say. "I am Vagra, with the Desert Company. The prisoner is the odd-looking outlaw the Mercan has been searching for. I am here for the reward." "Wait." The iron peephole slid shut. In a few minutes the heavy gate creaked open, and the column rode inside. Mark glanced around. Most of the Mercan's men were in the sleeping shelter, but the night guards were on duty, and they were stationed every few feet all the way around the wall. A gate guard took Mark's beast. "So, you are the one we have been searching for. Get down. The Mercan wishes to see you immediately." He turned to Roan. "Follow me, Vagra. The Mercan will see that you are well rewarded." Roan got off his mount and stood between Mark and the guard. "This is my prisoner, and I will be the one to deliver him." He reached up and pulled Mark off his beast. Then he turned to his men. "Frankel, take care of the animals. The rest of you dismount and give me a hand. This one is bad. extremely violent and tricky. I do not want him escaping now that we are finally here." The guard's eyes narrowed. He stiffened but turned, leading the way up the wooden steps into the main house. Mark was surprised to see how well furnished the great hall was. There were colorful rugs on the floor and benches with cushions. Large murals were painted on the walls, and at one end sat a tall, ornately carved chair with a high wooden back. "So, what do you think, Catcon?" Mark turned. The Mercon and two of his men had entered the room from a side door. "Of what? The chair? The room? Or the way I was brought in here like a dog for crimes I never committed?" "Still not afraid of me, are you? We'll change that in due time. I'm really glad they brought you in alive. I was hoping they would. I wanted to talk to you." "I'm listening." "Unfortunately, so are others." The Mercon waved his hand. "Guard, take these men and give them a fitting reward. See to it that no one comes in or out of this room until I call." The guard led Roan and his men out the side door and closed it behind them. The Mercon walked to the tall chair and sat down. "Now, let's see. Where should I begin?" "Try telling me why you're so interested in me. And what do you know about the light that brought me here?" The Mercon sat back. "You are a smart boy. I would have thought you'd have had it all figured out by now." "The only thing I've figured out is that somehow I'm a threat to you, and that you've gone to a whole lot of trouble to get me out of the way. You even ambushed your own men on the way to Transall to get at me. Why?" The Mercon reached for the strange helmet covering his face and slowly took it off. Mark stared. The Mercon didn't resemble the Tusuk or anyone else Mark had run across in this world. Instead, he looked more like... "I knew you were smart." The Mercon put his helmet back on. "You're right. I am not from Transall. I am from your time, at least close to it. What year was it when you came through the warp?" "You? You came here through the light? Then you know where it is and how to get back." "Now, why would I want to do that? I knew one day someone else was bound to find the warp. It was just a question of time. I was hoping it would be far in the future, however, long after my kingdom had ended. When I heard about you, I knew something had to be done." "What are you talking about?" Mark asked. "We can work together to get back." "But that's just it. I don't want to go back. I am the ruler of the universe here. These people are putty in my hands, ignorant fools. These savages think I am the wisest, most powerful being that ever existed." Mark sat on one of the benches. "That's another thing I don't understand. How did all this happen? What caused these changes?" "From what I have been able to determine, there was a massive plague from a strain of virus much like the Ebola carried by African monkeys. It was very contagious and apparently an awfully painful way to die. If you contracted it, blood seeped out of every opening in your body until nothing was left. Scientists tried everything, but they couldn't find a cure. It swept over the world, killing at least 70% of the population. The infrastructure broke down. Whole countries were virtually depopulated, and for several generations the virus kept the population so low there could be no progress. Finally, when the virus at last died out, so much time had passed that everything useful had been forgotten. The human race had to start over. It must have been something to see." "The virus didn't cause the changes in the people and plant life. What did that?" "That has been a little harder to piece together. Best I can tell, when major powers like the United States began to crumble, the nuclear weapons were taken over by terrorists who shot them off at will. Everything on Earth underwent a tremendous chemical change, and over the next 2,000 years only the strongest of any species survived." "What about the light?" "The light is a time warp, a freak of nature. I found it in the desert in the 1980s when I escaped from a prison detail in Arizona. It was unbelievable. I wanted out, and presto, I was so far out they could never find me. Don't you want to go back? What about your family and friends? Weren't you listening? I told you I was in prison. I had no family. I had nothing. Here, I have everything. And I don't intend to let you take it away from me. I don't want to take anything. All I want to do is find that light. And what if you never find it? Soon you will start talking and teaching these people. I saw the armor you had made. What else have you taught them? Reading? How to build weapons? I can't allow that. Soon they might rise up and use it all against me. You're a lunatic. I'm walking out of here. The Mercan unsheathed his sword. I don't think so. Mark threw his cape off and reached for his own sword. He had it out barely in time to parry a blow aimed at his head. Someone has taught you well, boy, but not well enough. The Mercan came at him from the side. Mark leaped away, but the tip of the blade ripped through his shirt. He whirled, bringing his sword around hard. The Mercan was ready. He jumped and swung again, pushing Mark backward onto one of the benches. Now you're going to die, and no one from either world will ever know what happened to you. The Mercan forced Mark flat on his back. Before I kill you, Kakon, you should know that you never would have found the light. It strikes where it wants, randomly. There is no predictable pattern. He pushed his blade closer to Mark's face, the sharp edge inches from his throat. Mark shoved him, but the Mercan was too strong. Then Mark raised his knees and kicked. The Mercan lost his balance, and Mark rolled off the bench. Mark scrambled to his feet and started swinging. He brought his sword up the way Sabro had taught him and sliced the Mercan's stomach. A red stain appeared on the man's shirt. The Mercan stumbled and gasped for breath. Mark pressed in, hacking and probing, and with a wild sweep knocked the sword from the Mercan's hand. Now we will see who's going to die. Mark raised his sword. A tremendous explosion shook the building. Roan and Jod burst through the side door, each carrying a bulging sack. Roan winked at him. If you are almost done with your business, Kakon, I suggest we leave now. Frankel used a little more of the powder than you told him to. Half the wall on the east side is gone, and all their beasts have run off. Mark slowly lowered his sword. I am finished. This man has nothing I want. Surely you're not going to leave him alive? Jod asked incredulously. His wounds are fatal. Let him die the slow, painful death he deserves. Mark reached for the Mercan's helmet and placed it on his own head. Frankel will be waiting for us. The courtyard was in chaos. The Mercan's men were running everywhere. Frankel and the others were already mounted. Mark took some of the powder and poured it on the steps of the stronghold. When he was a good distance away, he grabbed one of the torches and threw it onto the powder. The blast blew logs and men everywhere. The whole front of the building vanished. Roan handed Mark his reins. Not a bad night's work, outlaw. Mark jumped on his mount. Let's ride. Chapter 49. It was early morning. Mark built up the fire and sat staring into it. There was no question that the Mercan was insane. He was so power-hungry he couldn't see past himself. It had been a waste of time to come to Lystra. Mark sighed. For now he and the band of robbers were safe deep in the forest, and there were lookouts posted in case the Mercan's men tried to come after them. The large sacks of tribute still sat where Roan and his men had dropped them the previous night. Everyone was so worn out from the long ride that they were sleeping on the ground, still wearing their weapons. Jod had been furious with Mark for not killing the Mercan, and Mark couldn't really explain to himself why he hadn't done it. Maybe it had something to do with finally finding a real link to his own time. Footsteps sounded behind him. He turned to see Roan coming to join him at the fire. You are up early, Kakon. What is the matter? Can you not wait to receive your share of the booty? Mark threw a stick in the fire. To tell you the truth, I'm not much interested. You guys can split my share." Roan cocked his head. "You are different from anyone I have ever met. Not just in the way you look, but in the way you think." The young man warmed his hands. "You can trust me with your story, Kakon. I will understand." "My story is that the Murkon considers me a threat to his kingdom, and I thought he had some information I needed. It turns out we were both wrong." "What will you do now? He's certain to send men to hunt for you." "I really don't know. I guess the only thing left to do is go on searching for answers. Maybe I'll go back to my village for a while. There's a girl there." Roan sat up. "A girl? How can I help? My men are at your disposal." A loud bird call shrieked through the morning air. Roan jumped to his feet. "The lookout! Someone is in the forest." Mark followed Roan through the trees to a thick stand of brush, where they crouched and waited. In minutes a large column of men in heavy armor rode by. When they were well out of sight, Roan motioned for Mark to return to the camp with him. "Did you see the man riding at the head of the column, Kakon?" "Not really. Who is he?" "That was Mordo, the Murkon's son. He is even more ruthless than his father." At camp everybody was moving. Frankel, Jod, and the others had been awakened by the bird call. They had doused the fire and were preparing to leave. "Who was it?" Jod asked. "Did they already look for us?" Roan nodded. "It appears so, and Mordo is leading them. We had better move farther back into the woods." "You and your men go on ahead," Mark said. "I think it's a good time for me to be going my own way." "What is this?" Jod asked. "You would leave us without your share of the spoils?" "He has to go, Jod." Roan slapped Mark on the back. "He does not have time for riches. He has a girl waiting for him somewhere." Mark started to explain, but then decided not to. Instead, he untied his animal. "I have enjoyed your company. You are welcome to make camp with me any time." "And you are always welcome in ours." Roan handed him an extra water pouch. "Take this. You will need it if you are going back through the desert." He watched Mark climb onto his beast. "I hope you find what you are looking for, Kakon." Mark waved and turned around. "Me too, Roan. Me too." Chapter 50. The trip back across the desert had been uneventful and lonely. Mark had deliberately stayed away from Transall and visited the sparse waterholes only after dark. It had given him time to think. If it was true that the blue light struck randomly, then there was very little hope of his ever returning to his family in his own time. He knew he would still search for it, but finding it would be like looking for a single grain of sand on a beach. It was time to face the fact that he had to make a life in this world. There was just one place he wanted to go now. Back to the village. It was the only semblance of a home that he had on this strange new earth. He wanted to go there and see all the familiar faces he had left behind. And then he wanted to sleep. Sleep for a week. He rode with slack reins and let his beast have its head. They were getting close. The Red Valley loomed before him. It was all he could do not to break into a run. A hunting horn sounded from behind a boulder on the mountain. The sound made Mark smile. It was good to be back. As he approached the village wall, there was another blast from the tower horn, identifying him as a friend. Mark rode through the gates and up the main street. Everything was just as he'd left it. Tybor the blacksmith was busy working in his lean-to, and the people were attending to their daily chores. Everyone waved and shouted greetings as he passed. Tybor wanted to know what had taken him so long to come back. A cloud of dust came flying at him from the other end of the street. A boy on a gray beast pulled up in front of him. "I knew it was you," he burst out. Mark squinted in mock disbelief. "Could this be Barrow? I can't believe it. You've grown into a warrior while I was gone." Barrow sat up a little straighter on his mount. "It will not be long now, Cacon." He turned and rode beside Mark. "I've taken care of all your things as you asked me to. I think you will be pleased." "Mark, you are back." Lita waved at him from Tanta's storehouse. She put down her supplies and hurried over. "It is so good to see you. I was worried because you have been away so long. Any news about the light?" "The light strikes where it wants to. Finding it is a hopeless dream. That part of my life is over. I've decided to put it behind me and get on with my new life. How have things been with you?" "Good. I have become accustomed to living with the Tusuk. I have been put in charge of many things. One of them is keeping an eye on your young friend, Barrow. He gives me fits, though, and it is almost impossible to watch him now that you have given him that beast." Mark winked at Barrow. "Every warrior needs a beast." "Humph! You are a bad influence." Lita pretended to be upset. Then she smiled. "I must get the things from the storehouse. I will see you later. We will have a long talk." "Sounds good." Mark turned to Barrow. "How is Sarbo? Did he make it?" "Come and see for yourself, Cacon." Barrow urged the gray into a lope. Mark followed him around the storehouse to a large cabin near the village wall. Yank was sitting on the porch carving a stick. When he saw Mark, he jumped up. "Master, it is you! Wait until Sarbo hears." He darted into the cabin. In seconds, Sarbo stepped out the front door. He had a wide grin on his face. "So, you have returned. It is probably because you found you were unable to finish your quest without me." "It's a long story. After I've rested, I'll tell it." Mark looked at his friend. "It's good to see you well. I thought you said you were coming back here to die." Sarbo cleared his throat. "I never said that. You must have heard me wrong." "No, that is what you said, Master Sarbo." Yank squeezed past him and came out on the porch. "In fact, all the way across the desert you talked about being buried and the songs you wanted." Sarbo made a face. "As you can see, I still have not figured out a way to get the runt to shut up. Even giving him his freedom did not work. Now he thinks he can talk all the more." Mark turned. "I'll be back, Sarbo. There is someone else I need to see." "Who's that, Cacon? Can I come too?" Barrow trotted down the street after him. "I suppose. After all, we are going to your house." "My house? Oh, you want to see my father. I think he is in the field today." Mark didn't comment. He turned off the main street and rode up the dirt path to Dagon's cabin. He slid down and handed his reins to Barrow. "Take care of my mount. It's had a long, hard trip." Mark waited until Barrow led the animal to water and then knocked on the front door. It opened wide. "Cacon!" Megan exclaimed as she stepped outside. "I'm so glad to see you. Sarbo led us to believe you could be gone for quite some time." "Are you really glad to see me?" A soft look came into her eyes. "Of course I am. I was not sure if I would ever see you again." "And would that have bothered you?" Megan frowned. "Did you come back just to fight with me?" "Actually," Mark stepped closer and put his arms around her, "I came back for this." He leaned down and kissed her. Chapter 51. "Is it true that you were going to marry my sister?" Barrow had a look of disgust on his face. "Who told you that?" Mark measured off one corner of his land and pounded a stake into the ground. "Everybody in the village has been talking about it for weeks. Is it true?" "To tell you the truth, I have been thinking about it. See, if I marry Megan, then you and I will be brothers. I thought it might be worth it just for that. What do you think?" "I think you are crazy. Nothing will be worth marrying Megan. She is too bossy and mean." "Didn't I hear someone talking about me?" Megan said, coming up behind them. Mark turned. He put down the rest of his stakes and wiped his hands on his pants. "Barrow here has just given me a rundown of all your faults. He thinks it would be a big mistake to marry you, you being so hard-headed and all." Megan folded her arms. "Barrow, Grandmother wants you at the cabin. She needs help with the vegetables." Barrow's lip went out. "You made that up just to get rid of me." "Get going," Megan ordered. They watched him climb onto the gray and ride away. Mark faced Megan and took one of her hands. "Barrow says everyone in the village is talking about us." Megan flushed. "It is the way of the Tusuk. They look forward to all celebrations." "And ours is going to be the greatest." Mark took her other hand. "I just wish I had some crops planted. Things might be a little tough for us for a while." Megan's chin went up. "I'm not worried. You are a good hunter. We will not go hungry." Her compliment filled him. He had thought himself too young for this, too young for marriage or being with another person, but it all seemed so right. According to the Tusuk customs, both of them were already past marriage age. "Speaking of hunting, your grandmother asked me to bring back some fresh meat for her today. If I don't get started, it will be dark before I get back. Why don't you come with me?" Megan pulled her hands away. "You know I cannot leave the village and be alone with you. It is not done." "You're alone with me now." His arm went around her shoulders. "And I remember a time not so long ago that you rode out to look for me when I was wounded. We were alone then, too." "That was different. We were younger then." She tried to pull away. "Kekon, you will embarrass my family." Mark gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. "We can't have that now, can we?" He untied his beast and swung on. "Tell your grandmother I will be back soon. If I don't find anything for her stew pot today, I will keep looking until I do." "Kekon?" "Yes?" "I think it will be good for you not to be gone too long." Mark sat back. "And I think Barrow was right. You are bossy." He kicked his mount into a run. The dirt clod missed him by only a few inches. Chapter 52. Mark settled down next to his small fire. He was wishing he hadn't been so greedy, but had gone ahead and taken the 2 rabbit creatures he had seen earlier. Because he had wanted to impress Megan and her family, he'd let them go and search for larger game. But he hadn't found any. Close to dark, he'd come upon the fresh tracks of a trag, a large elk-like animal. But now it was too late to track it. He would have to try to pick up the trail again in the morning. He leaned back on his elbows. Life in this world wasn't so bad. He did what he wanted and went where he pleased. He was a Tusuk warrior, and in a few months he would have a wife. They could start a family. He had deliberately squeezed out all thoughts of his other life. He calculated that he was somewhere close to 17 now. In this world, that was a grown man. Sarbo still teased him, but treated him with more respect than he had before. Dagon had seemed pleased that Mark had chosen to ask Megan. In the months since he had been back, they'd had a long talk about Mark's run-in with the Mercan, and decided that if the Overlord or any of his men ever came to the village again, they would simply be told that Mark had never returned. Mark closed his eyes and was about to drift off to sleep when he heard a branch break. Silently he reached for the crossbow near his fingertips and rolled away from the fire into the shadows. "Ho, the fire! I am a weary traveler looking for food and a place to spend the night." Mark stayed in the shadows. "Come forward and lay down your weapons." A man wearing armor walked out in the opening and leaned down to place his sword on the ground. When he did, there was a rustling in the brush behind Mark. He rolled, but it was too late. The large man jumped on him and wrestled the crossbow out of his hands. Mark struggled, but it was no use. He was pinned solidly to the ground. The other man picked up his sword and walked over. "Well, well, what have we here? It appears to be our young outlaw. Let him up, Frankel. I think we know this one." "Roan?" Mark scrambled out from under his attacker. "Is that you? And Frankel? What are you doing way out here?" "Looking for you." Roan helped him to his feet, and Frankel patted his shoulder apologetically. "Of course, we never expected to find you camping out in the hills. Why are you not in your village keeping company with your girl? Did she throw you over?" "No. In fact, we're getting married in a few months. I'm just out hunting." "Not having much luck by the look of things." "Never mind about that. You said you were looking for me. Why?" Roan walked to the fire and sat down. "I am afraid we come with bad news. Jod and the others are all dead. Mordo caught them at the traders on the other side of the river. He killed everyone, including the old trader and his family. Frankel and I were guarding the camp, or we would have been with them." "I'm sorry, Roan." Mark sat beside him. "Look, the two of you can come live with me. I have a good cabin in the village." "There is more, Cacon. Mordo has taken his father's place. You wounded the Mercan so severely that he stays in his rooms now. Mordo has vowed revenge on you. He burned the forest looking for you, and now he and most of his father's army are on their way here to find you." Mark swallowed. It took a few seconds for the impact of Roan's message to sink in. Mordo was determined to kill him, and he would stop at nothing to see that it was done. "I've put my village in danger, Roan. I never should have come back." Mark began kicking dirt on the fire. "I have to warn them, and then I will leave. Forever. Where will you go, Cacon? The Mercan's son will hunt you no matter where you run." Mark stopped. "I will run only so long as it pleases me. When the Mercan's son is in my territory, then I will fight." "Now that sounds more like it," Roan said. "It just so happens that at the moment Frankel and I are homeless. We would be more than happy to come along." Frankel nodded vigorously. Mark shook his head. "It is my fight. I can't ask you to risk your lives." "Who was asking? Besides, I owe Mordo. He is the one who turned me in, remember?" "You are a good friend, Roan." Mark's voice was dangerously cold and even. "But this is something I have to do alone." Chapter 53. "Please try to understand, Megan. I'm leaving because I care for you and your people. As long as I am here, you are all in danger. Mordo will burn the whole village and kill everyone in it. He doesn't care whom he hurts, as long as it gets him closer to me." "But our warriors will fight for you. They have taken a blood oath. My father says we will fight to the last man if necessary." "Don't you see? If I leave here, no one else has to die. There's no other way." "Let him go, Megan." Lita stepped out on the porch. "Cacon has chosen the right way. If you care for him, you will not hold him back." Megan buried her face in his chest. "When this is over," Mark held her close. "When it is over." Barrow brought up the silver mount. "You have much food and supplies, Cacon. Your pouch with the black exploding powder is wrapped to keep it dry." "Thank you, Barrow." Mark took the reins. "I'm going to need you to take care of things for me again. Especially watch out for your sister, even if she is a little hard-headed and bossy." He smiled down at Megan. Dagon stood up from the bench where he was sitting, with Sarbo, Roan, and Frankel. "I wish you much luck, Cacon. And remember, this will always be your home." Mark nodded. "I'll remember." "Goodbye, infant," Sarbo bellowed. "I have decided I do not care for funerals much. Come back alive." "I'll see what I can do." Roan cocked his head. "Are you sure Frankel and I cannot come? We would welcome the opportunity to pay Mordo for his treachery." "Not this time." Mark let Megan go and jumped onto his mount. He gave them all one last long look. He tried to imprint their faces on his memory. It was time to leave. A warning blast sounded from the tower, immediately followed by two more. Mark pulled up. He'd waited too long. Mordo was already there. "I'll lead them away," Mark shouted. He sank his heels into the mount's sides and raced down the road. 2 warriors were scrambling to close a front gate. Mark darted through the narrow opening and stopped on the other side. In the distance, Mordo and his army were marching toward the village. Mark stood by the wall and waited until he was sure they could see him clearly. Then he headed for the mountain. It worked. Mordo and his army broke into a run and came after him. Mark flew up the hill, jumping and crashing through the brush. Years ago, when he had tried to escape slavery this way, he hadn't known where he was going. Now he did. He knew exactly where he was taking them. He only hoped they would follow. Behind him he could hear orders being shouted and the sound of running animals. Once he was over the crest of the hill, he slipped into the valley below and rode down the canyon in the open to make sure they didn't lose sight of him. An arrow whistled past his head. Mark turned off into a thicket. There was an old path that was almost overgrown. He had found it the month before when he was out hunting. The army had to slow down and travel single file through the thorny brush. By the time they made it through the tangle, Mark was already up on the next hill watching them. He let his beast rest and waited for them to regroup. He counted them. 40 men. Not an extremely large army, but enough to overwhelm most villages. Someone spotted him on the hillside and yelled. At once the chase was on. Mark moved the silver beast into a trot. If they kept on like this by nightfall, he would have them well away from the village. After that, he wasn't really sure what his plans were. The main thing was to keep them on unfamiliar territory and keep them moving. Mordo was more than willing to cooperate. He was relentless in the chase. Twice he thought he and his men had Mark cornered, only to find that the warrior had escaped from under their noses. They followed him until the daylight vanished. Then Mordo reluctantly ordered them to make a cold camp on the side of a mountain. Mark made camp too, in the rocks just above them, where he could keep an eye on their activities. He slept for a few hours, then made sure his mount was tied securely and crept down to their camp. He lay watching for a long time, until he was certain the guard watching their mounts was asleep. Then he collected the bridles from their beasts, which wandered off as soon as they were untied. He dumped the bridles into a nearby deep pit. He had planned to relieve the group of some of their supplies as well, but one of the loose mounts knocked over a small dead tree, awakening the men. Mark returned to his own camp, gathered his things, and circled to the bottom of the mountain to wait for morning. Chapter 54. Now that most of Mordo's men were on foot, Mark didn't have to hurry. He led them along slowly and used the time to plan. They'd been traveling for 2 days and were headed straight for the jungle. At first Mark was worried that Mordo might not continue the chase, but Roan had been right. The Mercan's son was not about to let anything stop him from getting revenge. On the outskirts of the jungle, Mark got off his mount and removed his supply bags and weapons. Where he was going now was no place for the big animal. The beast would not be able to walk through the tangled trees and vines. He stroked the animal's soft neck. "You go back to the village. They'll take care of you there." He stepped back and slapped the beast hard on the rear. It jumped and then bolted off in the direction they had come from. Mark shouldered his crossbow and supplies and entered the jungle. He was careful to leave footprints for Mordo and his men to find. The screaming birds immediately began making a fuss. Something about the sound made him smile. He made a wide circle, deliberately avoiding water. Mordo and his men would have to find their own. He wasn't going to show them where it lay. Mark walked to the burned-out village of the Arrow people. There was nothing left except a few blackened spots on the ground. He stood in the middle of the space, remembering what it had been like. He'd been so glad to find people back then. Lita and her tribe had been his first contacts in Transall. They had taught him that in this world, war and killing weren't a part of life. They were life. He walked to the place where the arrow people had cut the path out of the jungle. It was completely overgrown now. Mark found a good spot to hide his supplies and took his water pouch to see if the stream was still there. After he had found the water, he gathered his things and headed deeper into the jungle. He wanted Mordo to follow him, but from here on he would make it more difficult. Occasionally he left footprints and broke off twigs, but he moved faster than before. He wanted to get to the dark jungle and have a chance to prepare before the army got there. It started raining. Mark remembered how it used to rain suddenly here. A clap of thunder broke the silence, and the drops flooded down in sheets. He knew how to stay dry by sticking close to the broadleaf trees, but as he traveled deeper into the jungle, he didn't feel the rain at all. It could not penetrate the heavy overgrowth. He passed through the clearing where he had killed the howling thing, and went on to the large pool. He was careful not to leave any sign that he had been there. When he left, he would cover his tracks so that Mordo and his men would not find the water. There was a rabbit creature watering at the edge. Mark moved closer until he could see his reflection. The young man looking back at him was a stranger. He had powerful shoulders and a full chest. His hair hung to the middle of his back, and his tanned hide clothing fit closely. So this is what the years had done to him. He liked it. The whisker-stubbled face looking back at him was a good one, capable and strong. A thought flashed through his mind. If he had not come to Transall, he probably would have looked entirely different. He knelt and scooped up a handful of the cool water. Then he carefully backtracked to the trail he was creating for Mordo's men. Finally he made it to the meadow at the edge of the dark jungle. This was where he had spent those first critical months, learning how to survive. He wondered at the thought of it. It had seemed hopeless back then. Now he could exist anywhere he chose. The animals and the elements were no longer a threat. In a strange way they had become his friends. Something stirred in the bushes. Mark knew without looking what it was. A buffalo creature had picked up his scent and was looking for him. He stood completely still and waited for it to give up and go away. Then he moved across the meadow to the spot where he had built his tree house. The jungle had taken it over. His ladder was still there, and he hacked away at the vines until he could climb it. The floor of his old house had fallen through. He looked up to the top branches, half expecting to see the little white monkey bear, Willie, that had been his friend during those rough times. The thunder rumbled again. He could hear the rain pelting the tops of the trees. Before he climbed down, he stripped several long pieces of bark off the weathered branches he had used to make the floor of his treehouse and tucked them under his arm. The dark jungle still unnerved him. He stepped into the shadows and let his eyes adjust to the dim light. If Mordo and his men were smart, they would not follow him here. It was a dangerous place, even when you knew your way around. Mark tied long vines across the trail at ankle height in a few strategic places. Then he hid his pieces of dry bark. Later, he would pour some of his black powder on them. He tested a nearby hanging vine and quickly, almost effortlessly, climbed it. In the top branches of the tree, he tied his supply bags to a limb. The clicking started. Mark grabbed some tree rocks, crouched on the branch, and waited for the monkey bears to appear. He had played this trick on them years before. They assembled in the tree to his right. Mark remained motionless until they were about to attack him, expecting him to walk by on the ground below. Then Mark jumped up, growled, and tossed the rocks at them. He laughed as they raced for cover in the jungle. One little white creature stayed behind. Mark stared into its eyes. "Willie? Is that you?" For a moment it looked as if the monkey bear might stay. Mark held his hand out. Suddenly it whirled and raced after the others into the safety of darkness. "I guess it's been too long," Mark muttered. He swung to the ground and walked out of the dark jungle. There was no sign of Mordo and his men. He didn't understand. He had practically blazed a trail for them to follow. They should be here by now. He checked his supply of arrows and rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. There was nothing to do but try to find them. He took a step and a tree rock hit him in the center of the back. Mark turned. A monkey bear was sitting on the ground just outside the shadows, looking perfectly innocent. Mark picked up the rock and tossed it back. Like lightning, the monkey bear reached up and caught it. "Willie?" Mark sat down and waited for the creature to come closer. It took its time, but finally it was standing close. Mark gave the signal to climb on his back. Without hesitation, Willie leaped on his shoulders and threw his arms around Mark's neck. "Good to see you," Mark said. Willie chattered something, and Mark reached around and stroked his head. "You wait here. I have to go check on something. We'll get reacquainted when I come back." Mark set him on the ground. Willie chattered a scolding that followed Mark across the meadow. It reminded him of the last time he had left his little friend. Except for the usual sounds, the jungle was quiet. This baffled Mark. He was sure he had left a trail they could follow. Where were they? He backtracked to the clearing where he had killed the howling thing. There was no sign of the army. Then, instead of going back through the burned-out village, Mark cut across to the spot where he thought the army would enter. It was almost dark, and he could see campfires outside the jungle. Apparently the men had decided not to come in after him. Mark crept closer and hid behind the trunk of a large red tree. He could see Mordo pacing back and forth with a scowl on his face. Another soldier was loudly complaining that the small troop he had sent into the jungle to do some scouting ought to be back by now. So that's it, Mark thought. Mordo wasn't sure he wanted to go into the jungle. Instead, he had sent in a scouting expedition. Well, that wasn't good enough. Mark backed into the shadows. Tomorrow, he would think of a way to convince Mordo to join him. Chapter 55. The heavy explosion rocked the quiet morning. 3 men who had been sleeping too close to the fire when Mark had tossed his homemade bomb were hurled sideways by the blast. Dust billowed and the camp came alive in seconds. One soldier spotted a tall, running figure. "There he goes!" he shouted to the others. "After him," Mordo ordered. "A act of tribute to the man who kills the outlaw." Mark darted from tree to tree, allowing them only brief glimpses of him. When he was sure they had taken the bait, he headed straight for the dark jungle. In one of the small clearings he heard a buffalo creature snorting. It had blood on its horns and face and was busy tossing what looked like the remains of one of the scouts in the air. Mark shuddered and looked away. He had other things to think about. It made him uncomfortable to know that Mordo's scouts were somewhere out in front of him. Behind him he could hear Mordo's men coming. He circled the clearing and waited on the other side. The army startled the buffalo creature. It pawed the ground and charged. A dozen arrows sank into the beast's head and sides, but it kept coming. It gored one soldier and would have kept fighting if Mordo hadn't thrust his sword through its heart. The creature fell to one knee and then toppled over dead. Mordo didn't stop. He ordered the rest to keep searching for Mark. Mark deliberately made noise in the brush and then slipped away. When he neared the red meadow in front of the dark jungle, he stopped to watch and listen. There was no sign of the scouting party. He crossed the meadow and waited in the shadows near his old treehouse. He didn't wait long. Mordo and his men stepped out of the brush and scanned the trees. One of the soldiers began to scream. He'd stepped on a colony of firebugs. The warrior rolled on the ground trying to scrape them off. Mordo kept moving. Mark darted out of the shadows long enough to be seen briefly, then moved back inside the dark jungle. He shimmied up a vine and swung to a tree branch. Mordo's army marched into the darkness after him. Using the vines, Mark swung from tree to tree until he could drop to the spot where he had left his dry tree bark. He quickly poured out some of his powder, placed the bark in 2 strategic places, and swung back up into one of the tall trees. The birds screeched loudly, announcing the army's arrival. Next came the clicking. The monkey bears greeted the strangers with their usual bombardment of tree rocks. Mark sat patiently on a tree branch with his crossbow loaded. Mordo continued to lead his men through the dark jungle. He cursed and threatened Mark with what he would do to him. Mark laughed scornfully and called down, "You have to catch me first, Mordo." Mordo searched the treetops for the source of the laughter. Suddenly he and the men leading the column tripped on one of the vines Mark had tied. They fell face first into the swamp of quicksand. It was so dark that several others behind them stumbled into the trap, not realizing where they were until it was too late. Their heavy armor made fighting their way out impossible. The remaining soldiers scattered and tried to leave the way they had come in. Mark sent a fire arrow into the first pile of powder. It exploded and sent several men flying. Before the others had time to think, he shot a second arrow. Only a handful of Mordo's men were left. Mark imitated the chilling call of the howling thing. They started running. Chapter 56. Mark sat under his old treehouse, sharing tree rocks with Willie. Yesterday he had followed the frightened remnant of the Mercan's army to make sure they left the jungle. He felt free again. Now he could go back to his village and get on with his life. He patted Willie's head. "How would you like to come with me, boy? Barrow will love you." Thinking about going home made him gulp down the rest of his tree rock juice and gather his things. If he hurried, he could make it to the valley in less than 3 days. "Well, how about it?" Mark gave Willie the signal to climb up. "Are you coming?" The monkey bear clicked loudly and then jumped on Mark's back. "That's more like it." Mark shifted his load and started across the meadow. He was almost to the other side when he heard an awful whirring sound and something ripped into his arm. It was an arrow. Pain tore through his body. 4 of Mordo's men stepped out from behind trees with their weapons aimed at him. The scouting party. Mark had completely forgotten about them. They obviously didn't know that Mordo was dead, and the rest of the army was scattered. Mark pretended to raise his hands in surrender, and then abruptly dived into the cover of some trees. Willie rolled off as Mark hit the ground. The little monkey bear climbed the nearest tree, clicking in terror. Mark made it to his feet and started running. The scouts were right behind him. He crashed through the jungle, not caring which direction he was taking. His only thought was to get away. He couldn't shake them. His arm was going numb, and he felt weak. He kept running, dodging to the right and left. A loud clap of thunder crashed through the air. The sky lit up with flashes of lightning. Mark ran through the pouring rain with Mordo's men now only yards behind him. He spotted a boulder to his left and sprinted toward it. If he could just reach it, he could use it for cover. He half fell behind it, reached for an arrow, and slid his crossbow off his arm. His wounded arm was too weak to pull the string back. The scouts were pounding toward him. With all the strength he could muster, he dragged himself up on the boulder. He pulled out his sword and prepared to leap down on them. Lightning struck the boulder, sending balls of electricity shooting in all directions. A tube of blue light enveloped Mark and brutally shook his body. He could feel himself falling. Mark could hear people standing over him, talking. He felt for his sword. Somehow he had to stand and fight. He was determined to take down a few more of Mordo's men before he died. Groggily he rose to his feet, swinging his sword. He heard screaming and the sound of people calling to him in a strange language. He focused. In front of him was a strange little fountain. He was no longer in the jungle. Instead, he was inside some type of building. The people staring at his clothes and weapons were not from Transall. A small boy stepped out of the crowd. "Mister, do you need a doctor? I think there's one here in the mall." Mark pulled the arrow out of the fleshy part of his arm. There was no wound. He looked up at the people. The little boy had spoken to him in English. This was his time. His world. The blue light had brought him back. Epilogue. 20 years later. "Dr. Harrison, Dr. Mark Harrison, report to the second floor." The voice continued to boom over the intercom. Mark felt someone jostle his elbow. He looked up from his microscope. "What is it, Karen? Did you find something?" The young lab assistant smiled. "They're calling you again, Dr. Harrison." She pointed to the intercom. Mark looked at his watch. "Oh, great. Looks like I'm late for the board meeting again. Get my briefcase, will you? And a copy of that data we were working on this morning." "It's all here." Karen handed him the case. "Don't forget your tie." Mark fumbled in his pocket for the wrinkled clip-on. "I hate these things." "I know, but you are trying to make an impression." Mark sighed. "Right. Maybe this time I'll convince them." He headed for the door. "Good luck, Doctor. We're all rooting for you." Mark waved and disappeared through the door. A dark-haired young man in a white lab coat walked over. "Do you think he has a chance for the grant money?" Karen shrugged. "I hope so. He's obsessed with finding a cure. He's already come up with several possible vaccines to the virus, but he has to convince the government that these diseases are a matter of global importance. He's a strange one. Last night, when he did the final tests on the new Ebola virus inoculations, he looked at the ceiling and whispered, 'Megan, this is for you,' or something like that. I mean, what's a Megan? Weird." "He's all right," Karen said. "I think he just needs a break from work. Some friends of mine and I are planning a hike in the desert this weekend through the Magruder missile range. Maybe I'll invite him to come along." "The doc?" "Yeah, why not? He's such a bookworm. I doubt he'd last a day out there in the wild." "I don't know. I think he might surprise you. There's something about him. Have you noticed? It's a look he gets sometimes, almost like he's—" "What?" "I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's like he's almost savage." "Ha! The doc is as tame as they come. And if you decide to invite him to go, you guys had better take it real easy on him." "He'll be fine," Karen laughed. "It's just a hike in the desert. What could happen?"
The end. You've been listening to the Transall Saga by Gary Paulsen, narrated by Johnny Heller. This work is copyrighted 1998 by Gary Paulsen. This recording is copyrighted 1999 by Recorded Books.